What's good, Chaotic Nation? And your boy Chaos here. Welcome back to Let's Watch Pokemon Not Shine. It's a great time. It's always a great time. Or let's let Pokemon not shine kind of thing. Why do I have another ping in my channel? Oh, it's because I tweeted. I'm just trying to get everything else set up. It's not there yet. We're trying to get this Spotify to work for today. There it goes. As we finish this thing. That's actually, I really like that song. Because it is helpful. It's helpful to me just as like a nice warm up and introduction song. Because you guys get to hear the BRB music. I never get to hear that. So I take time out of my break to turn it on. So. Pickles. Let's continue forward. Thank you for the host. Appreciate it. Waffles. As we get started today, I've definitely built the beginning of this playlist well. Some unfortunate news for you all is that I'm still taking on the responsibilities for work and likely will be doing so for some time, at least next month. I am projecting next month. It is currently unknown as to how long it will actually be, but it might result in a few streams being missed or dropped until the time when I'm not taking full capacity. So just keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time all I know. And, you know, time is a valuable thing. You gotta watch it flow by as the pendulum swings and all that jazz. But with PDL going on, with current projects going on, including my YouTube series that is not recorded way in advance like Falsebound is, I need to take time to prioritize the things that need to be done every week, including those things. I don't want to kill off a channel because I can't do both. Luckily for us, I'm ahead on PDL. I've got the next few weeks of matches done. Got like one, maybe two teams to build. I don't know how far I got on Kong's team yet, but we should be good there. I might just need to take some time to breed and train, so keep that with you. The goal is to keep everything else running very smoothly if I can. So it might be reducing the hours. It might be taking a day off. Just know it might happen. And what's the Nico? Yeah, the headache is better. I got rid of the headache. I'm not feeling the best today. But we move on. Yo, what's up, Kong? Enjoy your day, sir. All right, we can stop talking about my team that I prepped for Kong already, including Explosion of Mega Regice. I just feel like it's like my throat's really dry. Has shiny Regice? No. The one on the layout is. The one on the screen is not. So that's fun. Need bread. I read that as bread. I need breed for Nico's team. Yeah. I had to revamp Jimmy's team because he changed his mon. When you change your restricted, that's a big change. So Chaos had to change the team. Chaos did change the team. Quite a bit, actually. There were specific things I brought to counter that Zapdos, and I don't have to worry about it anymore, so... yeah. The unfortunate part, and I was telling Jimmy this yesterday, is like... I had already EV trained. Like, I was at that point. I had EV trained. The only thing I had left to do was, like, put items and get movesets. and I had to rebreed everything. So I don't think any. I think maybe one mon was the same, and that was it. Everything else changed, at least like either nature or stat distribution or moveset, all the above, or even left the team. So good luck on your matches today. I look forward to watching them. I've seen none of them this week. I just know that I have been given them. I'm gonna move you below my mic and see if that did not change it. Cool. So, you know, why Kong sounds like a bad battler. I mean, it's the battle for last place, guys. Right now. Hope I didn't make you feel bad. Have fun. It's about fun. The league's about fun. That's why I'm bringing Explosion Mega Jirachi versus Kong. It's fun. To be fair, Kong, I would 100% meme your team. Like, I would 100% meme our battle if I had you last week of the season. But I don't have you last week of the season, and I need to guarantee that I can get... I need to try to guarantee playoffs before that. Unfortunately, I'm not undefeated at this point in time. Do I get a prize for being last place? A nice... You tried. I mean, there's not even a prize for first place, so... I don't know why you'd expect there to be a prize for last place. Alright, we're gonna reset this just to let it get caught up audio-wise. Alright, I'm invisible menuing right now, and hopefully it's working. Look at that. Let me do that. Boom. Not even looking at the screen. Bragging rights, yeah. You get what you deserve. Nothing. Wow. Harsh. Harsh. Yeah, but I mentioned before some of you came in that I'm taking on still full capacity at work. So as school starts in a couple of weeks, that's gonna be the rough stuff. So content might yikes for a minute. It won't be gone for too long, hopefully. It's just dealing with some things. I mean, I also have to deal with some things at that point. So, see what happens. Open everything to as well. I know it'll work out in the end. It always does. Always does. Maybe not in the way we expect it, but in a way. Yeah! Let's go, Weedle! Was it actually an Ampharos or was it a Flaffy? How'd you get wiped by a Celebi? Celebi has no moves. Besides the Leaf Blade on a TM. Yasmis Hardcore, team's looking stacked. Just saying. I didn't turn the AC to AC, I left it on fan. I hate myself. Remind me when I take a break on that. Misconfusion and Leech Seed. I mean, yeah, but... They have a grass move. Bringing the Pikachu. Call it a day. Managing switch opportunities. If you can be. Not letting Leech Seed stack and stuff. So. No one was dead. That's your own fault. You shouldn't have picked a Weedle as your starter. Come on, what are you doing? You had a Nidoking and you chose a Weedle. What a guy. Look, everybody point and laugh at waffles. Just kidding. I'm memeing. Yeah. I will say nothing makes me want to play Mario Party like this soundtrack right here. That and I think it's called Bowser's Big Boom. It's a Bowser stage in Mario Party 4. The one with the pump. And a few of you have probably... I think we did it a couple of times when I was doing that. Like, years ago. I've played 3 or 4 on the stream. I remember doing that. Yes, I am. I need a little bit more information on what you want since it's something that's different. Like, how do you want, how want? Like, I got a few things. I'm like, I don't know what else. Also, if you can send me, you can send me the off-screen profile image, that would be cool, because I can work it off of that a little bit. Your offline screen, that'll help a little bit too. I didn't update the number. They chose Krabby over Houndoom. Hey, don't knock Krabby. Krabby's cracked, dude. It's like a 95 attack stat. It's crazy. I mean, it's slow as molasses, but it's got a 95 attack stat, which is really good. I think Kingler's like 140 with hyper. Well, it's not hyper cutter because it's not abilities, but still. No problem. I don't. Yeah, that would make a really good question of the day of like what is too much to talk about when it comes to doing like content or series in like other people's chat. Like, where's the line? Like, when you cross that line? Like, obviously, straight up promoting yourself is kind of a line, but like, when did like, how many messages do you get, or like what things can you say or not say? I don't know. Hit him on top. Him on top's broken, bud. So yeah, I really wanted to play that new Mario Party, the one that had like the old boards in it. I think it was like $60 still, and because my internet doesn't let me play online, it wasn't worth it. It's definitely something I want to do. Maybe I can, maybe we can play that next time I'm at Jimmy's for the Shiny Mega Ultimate Race. Okay, Jalak. I don't know if I asked the question ever in that series, but if you, let me know what you guys think about the in-person aspect of it. Because obviously, we had a lot of fun doing it in person. It was tiring as crap, but it was a lot of fun. Was it too bad that screenshot doesn't know what the original file is? Yeah, I guess that's still helpful. Like, I would kind of wanted the original file so I could manipulate it, but I can see like what it looks like and then try to get something. I know what that is. I know exactly what that is. So no problem. Easy to do. Easy to get going. No, I know what it is. I can find it very quickly. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum. The one thing anyone should never doubt with me is I know how to get my backgrounds quickly. That is something I've thought about for this layout in particular, since everything else has been a miss so far, in regards to questions and conversation topics. I kind of want to make this more like, I don't know, like it's a nice layout. I like the layout, but it's not like super, I want to say clean, but I don't know what the word is. I kind of feel like it should be sectioned a little bit more, or something along those lines. Like I don't know what it is. It's not like organized, but It feels like it should have some boxes around stuff. I don't know. Charchol with an H in it. Charchol. Yeah, Arcanine's terrible though. Ghastly sucks until it evolves, and Starmie's probably your carry at the moment. But hey, we'll see. Very vibrant, but very busy. I don't... It's not that it's vibrant, I think. It's just missing, like... I want to say borders, but I don't think that's the right term for it. Well, yeah, the rest of your team's not good. Like, Ghastly might give you some utility at the moment. Ditto is just there for memes. Arcanine doesn't get a move to save its life, and Ampharos is not good until it gets coverage later on. So, yep. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I mean, Crystal has a lot of fun hunts in it. Definitely, that would be definitely a hunt to do. Like, Togepi would be fun. Maybe I can get a, I always go to doing it. I want to do a shiny badge quest in Crystal, which I do. There's a lot of really good hunts. I don't know. I feel like shiny badge quests are more enjoyable with shiny hunting than just doing it. Because the part of just doing it is you just get a shiny out of it and that's it. But if you do a shiny badge quest, you get a shiny Pokemon for your team to use in a playthrough, which I think is great. That's why, like, every time you play a Johto game, you get that shiny Gyarados encounter, and it's always cool to have, because it's a free shiny. Or when you find one randomly. I'm just surprised that, up to what you've seen so far of Color Lock, we have not found a shiny to use for the team yet, so... Which is fun. It never turns into anything good. Like, it never does. I think the rotation lock was the one time. It's a rotation link. The rotation link was the one time it actually did something nice, and that was I got another Ampharos. But of course, you're in Gen 2 or Gen 4. There's not a whole lot to choose between. I was thinking about that, especially after doing Uranium, Best Team Uranium yesterday, which I need to add to the thing. My bad. But like 200 Pokemon, 300 Pokemon isn't really enough. Like, I think Gen 4, like if you have all the available Pokemon in Gen 4 available, like that is a good size dex. So Sword and Shield was nice. 400 I think is about the number you want, at least, to have a good dex. I'd love to see a game where they have everything available. Just give us everything. I know it's gonna take them a little bit to, like, it doesn't have to be like at the jump of the game, but like national decks everything. Well, 200 is very limited because every, like, Pokemon that have multiple evolutions, that's gonna it takes a bit. Because by the time you put in the starters, you've already lost 10 slots. And then you throw in the legendaries, you've lost another 10 slots. So you're basically dealing with 180. So it's definitely not the best thing in the world. Ba-da-da-da-dum. I just would like to see Pokemon thrive and good things happen, and they can't do that with unlimited decks. I remember everyone hating that this game didn't have every Pokemon available in it. And I don't expect them to ever do that, like, at least from the get-go. But like national decks, if they keep doing DLC stuff, that gives them more time to like code and program other things in. So that could always be a good addition later on. Bum 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 bum. Should get into the Mario Golf franchise. I do have Toadstool Tour, so we can do that. Never got good at the game. The one on the Switch was a lot of fun. I did enjoy that one, but I never did buy it and just played it against people. I remember how little I remember Generation 2. Well, it's because I don't like Generation 2, that's why you don't see how people like it. And people like Gen 2 because it's nostalgic. It's the same reason I like Gen 3 a lot. It's because it's nostalgic for me to play. Like, it's... If I want to play a Pokemon game, I will open Hoenn and just play. Like, no questions asked. That's part of the reason why you got Oras this time around. Because I knew Quad Lock was over and I had to kind of get something out and ready. But also because it's the only way I could manipulate the shiny odds to the point where it worked. So, yeah. Voice acting tag? I have a channel point redemption where I do voice acting, and occasionally I will drop into a voice. I'm in high school boy. Kind of sounds like high school boy, but I will try to enunciate the score. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Yeah, that is why the voice acting tag is there. Plus, it's something I do a lot, so. Never know what you gotta get. I am surprised at the amount of people who actually look at the tags nowadays. I think it's more because we can, as creators, make them what they are. Because back, like when a couple of weeks ago, and when I started, and all throughout my Twitch career, it's always based off of. It's always been based off of what Twitch had available. So like voice acting was one. But you also can just make your own and go from there. It's High Score Boy based off of my favorite anime, High Score. I just can't talk. High Score Girl. I had to change it because I'm not a grill. Hey, you don't have to change it, but you know, that's fine. I have not seen that one. I'm not a big anime watcher, but you know, I've seen a few. Thank you for redeeming the Squirtle. I'll get you in 10 encounters. So that way it gives me some time to open it and prop it. Keep in mind with the daily Squirtle that I'm not looking for help, but it's more of to see if I can do it. And if I don't get it, you're gifted a sub, or you choose who gets gifted a sub. I think I'm gonna add that in there. I don't think it's kind of unofficial, but I don't feel like I'm gonna lose, so I'll do. And I don't have options for the regular ones, but you can still make them in there. Like I still put AMA and voice acting and stuff in there. Off for real, ask your friends. Can I have his hand-me-downs? I don't know why I just went to Mac when we're there. For sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good idea because it lets creators express themselves in a way that is themselves. You only get 10. Well, you can't let everyone just put every single tag in there. It's like TikTok hashtags. You can't just get every single tag. It takes a little bit of time. Is that shiny? No. Dude, it gets close and the close-up looks different colored than the one that's farther away. I don't know if it's just distance, but it looks different. I was watching a stream last night and two people had a Togetic on stream and one of them looked red to me. Just, they were not, neither of them were shiny, but one of them looked like slightly different color to me. So I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me or what's going on. Yeah. A lot of people, I feel like a lot of people nickname themselves after it, like take their Twitch names after animes. Yeah, it was like, I said it wasn't shiny and I'm like, it looks red to me. I don't know why, but like either I'm really swole on my right side or my left side's lacking, or all my shirts have a smaller right sleeve. I want to say that I'm more swole on the right side, but we'll see. Means I gotta do some left arm workouts. I don't know. It's weird. Hey, that's not shiny. It's also because I think it's because I move my right arm more. I think all your shirts could have that defect. That's what I was thinking, but you never know. Could be the way they are washed. I mean, it is my dominant arm, so I do move it around more. But it also could mean, like, I have, it's a scab right now, but I don't know if it might be like a spider bite or something. And then maybe that's just making the arm bigger. Which, if that's the case, I probably should go get checked out, but hey. But Who needs that? I need to turn that AC on. Jesus, hot. The thing is, it's only 72 here, and it's already hot. It's just always hot in this apartment. So, just part of it. That would suck. I don't think that's what it is. I mean, I do try to use my left arm more, but it's part of it. Oh, jeez. Playing a few Pokemon teams where I create a character. An in-game character is a theme for me to use. In Pokemon Black and White, it was Emma who's electric Pokemon, and the Pokemon are fast and strong. Moga's not strong. Actually, he's not an electric type. In a black and white too, it's Moizan. He uses fighting types like Tepig, Lucario. Now I'm playing Platinum, who's named Roseberry, uses elegant and beautiful Pokemon. And there's a lot of that class in Platinum, so, you know, especially with the beauty class. Why do I hear boss music? Ah! Try the Daily Squirtle. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Daily Squirtle. Daily Squirtle. Daily Squirtle. Daily Squirtle. I'm gonna start with Girafarig. I don't know why. What I thought of when it came to mind. Also gets normal off the table. Higher gen, higher weight, slower height. Okay. Let's go. What's Violus? No, I want to do dual. Let's go Crook. 1.5. Is that work for height and everything? It's lower than 1.5. Let's go Sandile. Higher weight than 41. That doesn't work either. How about Embor? How about Pignite? How about Pignite? Lower gen, so between 2 and between 5. High, between 1 and 1.5 and higher than 55. So it's going to be a heavy thing, a small and heavy thing. So probably a rock and or steel type. Let's go. I don't think Aggron will be. Laron probably is about the right size. Aggron, are you that short? Are you a short king? No. How about Cradily? Crady's too tall. How about Lileep? Nope. Anorith. I'm at Armaldo. 1.5? Jeez, they're all really hot. They're all really big. Could be Sable is too short. I'm thinking Gen 3 for some reason. How about us? We do have Dragon and Flying. We could do Men's. Too big. How about Flygon? Way too big. What is Daily Squirtle? Daily Squirtle is a channel point redemption that I do here on the channel. That we try to guess they pick a Pokemon of the day, and you have to try to guess it. And I gift a sub if I do not get it in the amount of guesses you get. You get 8 guesses, so it's usually easy to get. And I also cannot get stumped. Absol? That'd be funny. 45. Too light, actually. How about a Tropius? You go to them just stop it. Let's get a jet plane flying like a Tropius. Metagross. Matang would be a good one. Let's try Matang. Gives us Gen 3, gives us Steel and Psychic. It is Gen 4. Okay. That gives us information because it's not crazy heavy. So it's not a legendary. That's not the line. Guess what? Deleted. Gen 4. We lost Steel, so it's not Empoleon. Torterra is a good option. Torterra's too big. How about Groddle? Groddle is 95. That's a not bad guess. And gets Monotype out of the way. It is Gen 4. It is not Monotype. It's between 1.2 1.5. Height 55. It's less than 97. Between 97 and 55. Nope. You know that, and you keep trying to do it, and you're expecting it to work. I don't know why that was blocked, but that's why I didn't see it. None of the starters fit the theme. I was looking at Turtwig, I was like, besides Badoo, let's catch that, and you got a shiny one? Lol. You didn't miss anything if you ran from a Bidoof. It's probably a frickin' fairy type, and I just don't know. So, like, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe Gardevoir? Too tall. Gallade is a short king. Nope, he's not. Gen 4. Togekiss. 1.5, too big. I'm trying to think of, like, evolutions. I don't have grass anymore. I do have ice, which doesn't help me. I have electric, so Electivire. Too tall. Magnezone. I don't have steel. I don't have grass. Weavile maybe. Weavile's kind of light. Miss Magius. Rampardos. Too heavy. How about Cranidos? That's gonna be too short. G-Blade? How about a Gabite? Gabite's 56. That actually could be it, because that'd be higher than 55, lower than 94. We're gonna try Gabite. I do have ground still. Boom! 5 guesses! Get wrecked, Dave. Get wrecked, Dave. That was a shot in the dark pick, by the way. Did work out. The beauty and elegant. I mean, if you're doing elegant, Empoleon kinda would fit. It's a stretch, but it definitely would be the most classy of the three, in my opinion. So, this Pokemon is Jabite. So we got G-Blade, we got Jabite, we have Chicharp. Easy. Sick of it, dude. I've started and reset that game so many times that I've used every starter like 7 times. It's crazy. Also, I played Pokemon way too much that I've used every starter many times. That's how it works. I mean, there's nothing saying you have to use a starter, so either way, you can go from there. Definitely, if you're going grass type, like Roserade wins out. I don't know about an elegant water type. Maybe Lumineon would be a good one for your team. You can find it. That is fun. I'm glad somebody's doing that, because I thought about doing something. Well, it would be more of like a video where we create a character and build their team and stuff. I kind of have done that with my gym series. I mean, they're all versions of myself, but that's about it. Boom. Daily Squirtle completed. That means nobody else can do that, Redemption. It's the mods be. Can I get a mod check? Some mod checks in chat. The mods be lacking. That a message got held for a while. I got it. Wait, maybe it's no capital C. I don't have the emote enabled. Upset. Team right now is playing out to be Lopunny, Beautifly, or Roserade. Milotic's in the game. If you can find yourself a Feebas. Does that count? No, you don't want to be a mod, so you're not a mod. Yeah. Therefore, it doesn't count. Gen 4. Lumineon would be something else I would suggest. depending on if you're gonna use melodic or not. Yep. It's honestly not too hard. Especially in that game, it just poppins. Hi on mobile, I'm dead. Hi, back on laptop as well, I'm dead. Yeah, I mean, you're not able to do the mod stuff, so it doesn't work. Also, I was trying to do the emote, and it did not. I don't think the emote went through. Emote did not go through. Yeah, that one. What did I mess up? No, the M's not capitalized. I never remember that one, because I don't use it often. I often don't like to draw on that. So true. All right. Just chilling over there. I like to get a shiny one in here. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's what it does. It crashes more than it's usable, so makes sense. I am excited for the series on YouTube that's up on the screen right now, the best team for Uranium. One, because it allows me to finish playing Uranium without having to nuzlocke the game, which definitely makes it a lot more difficult. But also allows me to do the fan game. A lot of you were saying, oh, I mean, a lot of you were not saying it, but you were implying that you're like, let's see a let's see a fan game. And I'm like, sure. I thought about Unbound, but you know, I really wanted to play Uranium again. So it won out, unfortunately, for the people who would want to see Unbound. It's just good to have. It's good to go back to it, you know. And I didn't beat the Nuzlocke of it, and that's the first time playing through it. So that's always the hard part about doing the fan games is, like, I'm gonna be playing them. I'm gonna be playing them the first time when I do a series on them, so I just can't do let's plays of them because they've been done. A lot of them have been out. Like Uranium's been out since 2016. And everybody and their mother did a playthrough of Uranium when it first came out. So that is part of it. Yeah, they had a heart attack. Why? Yep. Boom. Almost dropped my laptop. Probably still work better than Wolfos's. There you go. And speaking of Wolfos's OTR, when? That'd be fun. It would be fun. It's a cheap Walmart brand. Yeah, the Walmart brand crap is not good. Although my original, when I first started making content, my PC was from Walmart. It was an all-in-one like $60 computer, and at that point in time, I didn't need something fancy like I do now. Because I wasn't nearly doing as much as I am on this thing. So, yeah. $100 laptop. Yeah, but $100 laptops don't last long. I will always and forever say with technology, it's about the investment. You can't just look at the price tag and go, hey, that costs too much and I'm not buying it. You have to look at how long am I going to use this thing, and is it going to be usable in the long run. Like, this PC was like, probably, I don't know. There's a lot of money just to drop on a PC. But I've had it since 2017. So I probably paid a couple $100 every year for it at that point in time. Which it wasn't meant for. Hey, now you admit it, you know? Crazy. If you want to, yeah, if you were going to use it for content, you should have got a gaming PC. That's it. It says, nah, it goes 5 below for most of her stuff. Well, the difference there is 5 below doesn't sell laptops. Something like a big piece of electronic hardware. Like, you're not going to go buy a $5 Switch from 5 below. You're going to go to an actual, you know, electronics store and buy it. But I will always say with electronics, it's worth an investment, and you can't take it. It's like buying a car. You can't just buy a car. Oh yeah, this car costs $5. Sure, let me get it. You can't, dies literally as you're driving it off the lot. No, you can't do that. You have to buy something that's gonna last you the amount of time. So if you can justify, okay, this car costs $5 grand. If I drive it for 5 years, I paid $1 grand every year for that car. Is that worth my money? I don't know. Is it? Maybe. Yes. No. Sure. Buy it. Yeah. I told her she needs a new PC, but she's like, it works, so I don't need one. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I want a new. I probably should get a new PC with higher processing than this. But I don't want to pay for it. It's a lot of money. So. And then I can't really invest that much into it right now. Yeah, when you start, like, if it's really, really slow, then you need to invest in a new one. But mine still works fine. Like, it'll have a hiccup every once in a while, but it works fine. That is definitely if it starts running slow and you are not, like, you've done everything you can on the computer to make it run fast, it needs to go. It's just the drive going bad. Or you can replace that part, the processing unit, or the CPU. What if it's not an expensive PC? It's probably not got a good CPU and probably can't take on a more powerful one. So. Yeah. I mean, fortunately, you need it right now. Since you're using it all the time. But. That's that. I need to go get my parking pass for me car. Yeah. Cool. She will buy the worst quality and the cheapest ones ever. I'm always in the middle on arguments like that, but you know, it depends on the product. It's very base, like case by case kind of thing. It's like if it's a better product and if it's worth the difference in price, then buy it. If it's not worth the difference in price, then don't. You know, I buy. There are a lot of like. I get noodles. Like I like pasta, so like noodles is something I buy a lot. But I always get like the great value, like 60-cent ones instead of like the $3 a box. Like by the time I go through this, I'm gonna be done. And a higher quality of noodle is not like I don't care if I'm making it at home. It's still gonna be fine to me. So if I want gourmet and luxury pasta, I'll go out and buy gourmet and luxury pasta at a restaurant, which I don't have to cook. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for lurking. Have fun with your match. No. No, there's no orange package noodles. Unless you're trying to make a funny joke about ramen, therefore it did not work. Yeah. No. Actually, I usually don't buy ramen. I want to, because ramen's good. When it's made correctly, but I never can find out. No, I do not buy ramen. I was specifically talking about spaghetti stuff, so. Yep. That do be part of it. Definitely. Yeah, I've never had. I wouldn't be surprised that it's an Asian. The Asian ramen would be the best, 'cause that's probably closer to where it originates than anything. And definitely something they would have in like Chinese, Japanese, and Korean dishes. But I don't try other foods much. Cool, I need to read this. Yep. That sounds fine. Doing work stuff is fun. I'm sorry that I have to take this because it has to be important. I have to get this out very quickly. I love being full capacity, man. It's great. I have to answer emails and calls and everything. Lovely. It's a bot sometimes, all the time. Tomorrow? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see that. Thank you. calendar. I hate how the calendar works on my Mac. It just decides to stay on the screen and not go away. Like most computers and Windows computers, like, here's notification, goes away. Mac, it's just like notification doesn't leave the screen until you dismiss it. So yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm assuming an anime, but I have no idea. Give me it, dude. It's a game? Never heard of it. Never have heard of it. I mean, fair, I haven't heard of a lot of games because I like exclusively play what I play. So, yeah. And nothing else. I mean, if you enjoy those kinds of games, have fun. I know a lot of people, like, Genshin's been popular lately. It's kind of an anime-esque game, but for me, those aren't my style. I don't know if it's because I don't like the art style. I don't know if it's because I look at it and be like, this is an anime game. No, I can't play that. Or if it's just other reasons. It's most likely that, hey, I don't think I'd be interested in this kind of game, so I'm not going to play it. I refuse to buy anything that I... really refuse to buy things that I know I'm not gonna... that I know I might not enjoy. You've talked about getting me into playing Persona, and it's not that I would be against it because it's anime-esque. It's more of, I don't know if I like the game itself, like the mechanics. So that do be part of it. I don't know why I'm weaving out of these buttons, but still. It's kind of annoying. I was trying to plan my day earlier and figure out what I'm going to do after stream, and I have no idea. I have literally no idea what to do today. Most of the normal things that I would do aren't happening, or I'm at the point where I'm ahead on stuff, so... I do need to get a video uploaded for tomorrow. And then the color lock stuff for next week. But that is about that. That doesn't take long though, and they're already edited and such, so. Alright, I'm about to mute this server. I got pinged. Yeah, it usually is. I mean, I should take some time off and do other things, but I have no idea. I like to always be working on something, and it's hard to be working on something when you've done everything. No. Could do some recording and those kinds of things, but might also be worthwhile to do some prep work too. Bum, ba, ba, da, da, dum, bum, ba, da, 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 dum, bum, ba, da, 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 dum. I have nothing in the back of my mind that comes to my attention about what needs done today. I mean, I could finish building the teams for the season, the PDL. However, I don't think that's a wise opportunity. That's all with this coming week's team. I'm just going to be prepping for something that's not actually going to be the team when I get to it. So that is a bit annoying. And part of the reason why I'm like, this trade, the 3 trade rule does sound pretty good. So you don't have to sit around and prep last minute, because some people don't do that. I know I'm a rare breed that doesn't prep last minute, but also I know when I'm going to be busy and I plan everything accordingly. But also I spend more time in team building than most people do, so that's another part of it. I could probably do a stream with how long I team prep. Just because I like to go through all of my options. Because I know the team I will be facing. Did I normally like to do that? I need to be ahead. I need to be ahead. Like I don't have the luxury of sitting around and prepping a team week of. And plus, some teams I just know what I'm going to be doing, and my notes are detailed enough to know. Okay, what am I bringing? What am I using to beat certain things? What's my lead potentials? What mons are they bringing? Those kinds of things. So they're all already prepped and ready to go. In that case, I am curious to see especially how my next 2 weeks of battling go. So, last few weeks. That was me all last season. I got none of my lead matchups correct. It also has not been working this season that well, but hey. Adjustments are made. I mean, it's nice when you can have like a dedicated lead matchup. Sometimes it's like spot of the draw where you're in that 2-minute timer to choose your team, and you just choose something to go with. So I can understand that, but I have usually a few options depending on what I see and what I expect to see on the other side. But it just depends on who you're facing and what they're going to be doing. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yep. I mean, can't help you there. That's why week 1 did so poorly. So I made a lot of really bad predictions that cost me the game at the end of it. So. But it's hard to know those things. I mean, it's a split-second decision. You make the choice, and that's what it is. You can play the what if game, but it doesn't help anything. What happened happened, and that's it. You try to learn from it, try to adjust, and incorporate everything you've had into your playstyle. So that's why I'm gonna have some fun strategies coming up. Like the rest of the teams I have built have jank. I have jank strategies. That's all I'll say about it. I'm excited for them because I think they'll do well, but because they're very unexpected. But also, it could be easy. It could be just as easy as clicking the Groudon button, or clicking Sun, or clicking this or that and that and this. Like some monsters have good matchups in certain weeks, and some of them can just run through teams. Nico's was a great example. I just had, as long as I maintained Sun, was not in rain, and had Charizard, I basically won that fight. Nothing stopped it. Even getting rid of Blastoise early was good. So things work out. I mean, if you aren't caught up with PDL, go get caught up with PDL, because it's gonna be talked about for the next like 3 weeks. Just kidding. It'll be talked for the next 4 weeks, because we're in week 3 right now. And then probably even beyond that. Because we're making a good playoff run right now. I mean, essentially, in my mind, I gotta win like 2 more battles, and I'm pretty much in. But getting 2 wins is not the easiest thing in the world. Despite the fact that you know what your matchups are, and despite the fact that you know how generally other coaches are doing, they could pull off some weird crap that happens. You know, some trickery can be had. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, I'm glad I've had 2 really good matches this season, so I can't complain. Besides just be mad at how poorly I played at the end of the first match. But it just what that shows me is that's a winnable fight, and I just have to prep better for it for next time. I have additional things written out on that specific team builder to know what to build for next time. I actually go back to what I've built before, assess what didn't go well, make changes accordingly. And sometimes the change is not make changing, and just play better, or run like a different item, or run a different move, or EV a slightly different way. Change an ability. It can be as simple as that. But it also could be, hey, this time I have 6 other Pokemon that didn't show up this week, and they all would have done better than what I did here, so they're coming. No, let's sit them on down there. Hey, Whimsicott did its job week 2. It just didn't do its job week 1. And fortunately for me, I didn't need Whimsicott week. So I really didn't. Its counter, I don't know what I'm trying to see if its counter came. I don't think its counter came. Is this Soyce? Yes. Its counter did not show up. So what it was there to do did not happen. So I didn't need it. I think that happened last week too, because I didn't need Passimian technically. Like it did nothing against that team. So I just let it go down. Or Whimsicott. I mean, it's not. It's doing its job. Like, if Whimsicott gets a kill in this season, something went wrong. That's the problem. Like, it should not get kills. Unless I decide to run it as Chlorophyll in the Sun, which I could do. It's not got bad stats. I don't know, maybe I full Sun game it. Run everything with Sun. Call it a day. You get Sunny Day, and you get Sunny Day, and you get Sunny Day. Just spam it down people's throats. Till they burn inside, you know, it's great. Is there a sleep clause? There is a sleep clause. You can only have one mana sleep at a time. Exclamation point rules. Actually, don't do exclamation point rules. Go to the rules channel. Yes. You can only put one mana sleep at a time. If that mana is KO'd or put itself to sleep with things like rest, then it doesn't count. I soloed Zygarde DA without Zygarde 3 NPCs and just sweet kissed it and landed a critical hit on Ice Beam. Yeah, that's lucky. That's lucky. You walk in without Wide Guard, you're basically losing that fight, essentially. I mean, it does depend on how they play. I've won a lot of DAs because they just decided to keep clicking their either a setup move or debuff move and just not attack. So, or attack the wrong things. I mean, the other way you can check that, Nico, is you can look at there's a rules document that has the rules for the league. I check every video, so you're good. And I watch all of them through, even if I've seen them before. But if it is, I'll make the adjustment accordingly. Because that would be an illegal play. But what you're saying is you sleep hacks Kong and I need to ban you from the league because you sleep hacks Kong. You broke mystery rule number 27, which is you're not allowed to hacks, and if you do, you lose. I don't do anything. Sure. Kong, why are you cheating? Why are you cheating? Bruh. 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 No, I'll watch it. Well, I'll tell you if anything needs changed. Fortunately, hopefully you fought through the match, and that's just what it is at that point in time. But I will make adjustments as necessary. Believe me, I would love to just walk. Are we able to to start another battle? We misinterpreted the rule. The problem with going into a new battle is you know what is going on. If you're at the point where if you're at the point where the thing happened, if you put something to sleep twice, you're at that point of the battle, and you haven't moved from then, I don't mind a decent disconnect and then replaying everything as it was up until that point. And then just doing that turn over again. But it's more based on if your opponent will allow that than what I say. If you've played through the match, I would say probably just submit it at that point. And that's unfortunate, but it's what it is. The rules are there, and I believe they're really clear. Nobody said anything that has made me doubt that they're clear. Most of them are, hey, is this a rule? And then like, yeah, it's rule F, or rule 7, or rule 22. and it's there. So I do take a look at that because I know Waffles is in this league. She'll misinterpret something. So you guys are really good at doing that in the chat. Man. I mean, you can just DM me what happened and I can tell you if it's illegal or not. That's another thing. It's the last thing I want you to do is have a legal match and then you redo a match because you thought you did something wrong and then you didn't. And those are the things. I misplayed with the rules before. You've asked me like 9 million questions about it, Bo. Which I'm like, it's pretty it's fairly detailed, I would say. And believe me, I thought about using evasion clause before, abusing evasion before, but eh. Yep, then don't do that. Just the more questions I have to answer about the rules that are very easy to understand are more questions that I get angry about. I made them simple. I made them so a 5-year-old who can barely read can walk up and look at it and be like, oh yeah, this makes sense. And that's maybe an exaggeration, but you get the point. Somebody who's brand new to Draft League could walk in, look at the rules, and be perfectly okay. As long as they've read all of them and gone through it. Yeah, this season. But season 5, it was like, hey, what's this mean? 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 That's a weird message. That's what it is. Hi, doing random DAs. I'm Dad. She left out the I. Yeah, but there's a lot of questions. And I didn't even get all of them. You should have first consulted my tips and trips to Draft League series. The fun fact, at one point, was supposed to be the last thing that was ever uploaded on my channel. Yep. I enjoyed making that series. You give me a shiny, bud. Come on. I don't want to get the 5 digits, man. We should get about the 5 digits. We are on pace to do no, we'll be at 99 at max. I want to join in conversations in other chats, but I can't do that. My will is my blade is unbending, just like my will. I mean, I remember season 1 and we had Tui, and I didn't even have that many questions about it. And Tui doesn't learn anything, so part of it. What do you want? What do you want? Email. Nothing that I need to respond to. Lovely. I can hate my email. It's been good this week because I keep getting notifications about scholarships that are coming in. I had a massive problem. I had to pay essentially an extra, I think, $45 to the school because I had to do a payment plan because none of my scholarship came in until after the first payment of, until after your payment of tuition was due. So I had to pay like an advance on it. And then now I'm just getting on the money because it was like due like 2 weeks ago. I'm just now getting the money for it. So it sucked, but it needed to be done. That's all I can do. I'm reading things incorrectly and I don't like it. I'm trying to think like what this is from. I have no idea. I have no idea. I realize the range of my community is massive, as in like what is and what isn't, what is talked about and what isn't talked about. Very different things. Definitely has changed a bit more since I've not thrown in the PG stuff. I never was a PG streamer. People just called me that because they were dense. Just trying to make it open to the widest possible audience. I mean, that doesn't really matter when it's, you know, a certain kind of people who come in, but still. You could be you could be shiny Regice. That'd be nice. I might be double odds for you or something like that. Which is very annoying. But I have no plans to switch back to anything else at this moment in time before I'm done with this hunt. So the next shiny should be Regice. Barring like a random shiny in hardcore. So that being said, I probably will get off this hunt at some point because it's going to take 9 years. So I'd like to knock it out. It just won't let me knock it out. It refuses to let me knock it out because it will not give me a shiny. Like Scarlet Violet's going to come here and I'll be still hunting Regice. And then I'm going to play Scarlet Violet. So sorry, Regice, but I've been hunting this thing for a while, and it's just because it won't show up shiny. Doesn't help that the encounters take a long time to do, and it's full odds, but still. If somebody uses Yawn and the Mon is awake, and use Yawn on the other Mon, but I switch out the first Mon, the Yawn, is that okay? No. Because if you Yawn both... So the question is, the thing here would be... Did anything go to sleep? Because if anything went to sleep, then it's fine. If they yawned a Mon, if something was asleep and they yawned something else, then that is a problem. It's a generally like that's an easiest way to get a forfeit. Is if somebody yawns you just stay in and they yawn the other Mon, then they're both asleep and that's sleep clause. So that's a risky, that's a little bit of a gray area. But if you yawned, I think like there has to be a turn in between. So like I feel like there has to be a turn in between. Like turn 1 you yawn. Slot 1 is yawned and will fall asleep at the end of turn 2. On turn 2, you switch out slot 1 for something else. You can then turn 3 yawn. I don't think you can yawn on turn 2. And at that point, it's like putting everything to sleep. Because if you would make it a different move, like let's say you use hypnosis or spore or sleep powder or any other sleep inducing move. Turn 1, you use sleep. You put the first slot 1 to sleep, because that's what you're essentially doing with Yon, right? You're setting it up to go to sleep. Turn 2, if you put something else to sleep, that's breaking sleep plus. So, unless you watch the video, you can make the judgment. Yeah. I mean, I can understand doing sleep, yawning something and then yawning the other slot because you know the other thing's going to be switching out. So I think that's a break of the rule. But if you yawn the same slot again, predicting a switch out, I don't think that's a problem. Because if it stays in, you're wasting your turn. So I'll have to look. I'll look at the VOD definitely if you're both fine with whatever it is, and I'll make a judgment on it. But that is probably what I will do. Because that's the logic that I'm running with right now. I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know if that's how it happened or which way it happened, but I don't know what. I mean, if you're the one who did it, then I mean, you're subject to the rules at every point in time. So if you break the rules, you're gonna take a loss, and that's just how it is. And if you want to be like somebody was season 4 and be a 1E button leave because I made a decision that was against them, then well, let me take a look at it and then I'll tell you what happens, okay? Because unfortunately for you guys, the only person who makes the decision on these things is me at the moment, because we don't have a council anymore. Jimmy didn't want to do it, and Tui's not in the league, so he's not allowed to do it according to my rules. And I didn't want to ask anybody else, so yeah, whoops. No, that's fine. And just know that you've heard how I'm going to look at it, so just you know what probably to expect from it. And if it would have to be forfeited for a reason or another, it's not something you need to take care of. It's something I'll do on the website myself. So I have to definitely look at the matches this week because I haven't done so yet. My only advice at that point would be make sure you look at the rules again and interpret them, because when you applied, you acknowledged that you had read and understood the rules and understood the consequences of breaking a rule. So, what it is. It's contract, man. It's like a contract. When submitting an application, you kind of sign a contract. So. Fortunate for you, but fortunate for everyone else. Did they change my dashboard for my quick settings? Yeah, they did. Screw this guy. Screw these guys. It has the raid, it has the stream marker. I need my poll back. I got rid of my my ad break in case I need it. Okay. In case somebody redeems it. So tell me how you feel about this as a viewer and as a viewer. I'm not worried about it as a streamer because I know how it is as a streamer. As a viewer, if, like, for instance, we're doing Dynamax Adventures or we're doing something required that doesn't require me to be like, doesn't require you to have my audio or visual. You just need the chat stuff. We're doing something in chat, and I decide at that moment, it's like, I'm going to use this as an ad break time. So I just run an ad. I can liken it to DAs because that's something that DAs would be something I would be doing on the channel. So let's go with that. So I'm doing a DA. I'm setting up a room. We do the 3, 2, 1, go. I run an ad. How would you feel? How do you feel if I run an ad right as we're getting the lobby connected? Because theoretically, by the time the ad's over, we're just then jumping into the DA. So you're really not missing anything on screen. Still. And sometimes you can get hit with more than one. That's true. But it runs, I think the one I have set up would be running a minute bet. So you'd be hit with a minute. I hit with 8 the other day. So I feel like a lot of what I've seen a lot lately is a bunch of creators will have ads very, 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 very frequently on their channel. I know the new ad revenue split is 55%. The requirement for that is running 8 minutes of ads per hour. So 4 for 30, 2 for 15. So basically running an ad every 7.5 minutes at that point, which is kind of ridiculous in my opinion. But it's not about whether you got hit with something. It's not about whether you've experienced it, unless you're making your choice based on if you experience it or that. I just want your thoughts as a viewer. If somebody would do that, what would you think? And you can tell me if I'm irrational or not. For the ads while answering not already there. Thank you for beating around the question. Just how do you feel about that certain situation? I can infer from that response that you would not be a fan of the ads to start every DA, but the way you answered it did not tell me that. And the answer is I don't like random ads. So you're kind of answering a different question. That's what I'm getting at. I'm doing this to help you out with communicating. Not to pick or to poke fun. I'm just like, you're kind of answering a different question. I want you to realize that. And so if the question was, do you like ads at the beginning of stream or in the middle, that would work. But I'm specifically asking in this kind of situation and circumstance, would it be good or not good? Would it be proper or bad to run an ad as we're trying to get a DA set up? And then you can respond with, no, I don't like that because insert reason here. Or yes, I think that's fine because insert reason here. Or some variation of that. Not because the way you answered is a little bit more vague. You can infer what you're trying to say from it, but that's assuming. You know what assuming does. That's what I'm trying to get at. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. No, I get that. So you would say that you would not want to see an ad at the beginning of a DA every time we do a DA or something like that. Yes. There we go. Look at that. We got there. I'm just trying not to make assumptions as much as possible. So if I can get clarification on things, it's easier. It's like when Jimmy says yes to you ask him 2 questions and he says yes. The way that would be, like, the way I see that is yes, they're both yes. That's the answer. Like if you're asking two, like if you're not asking him about this or that question, you're asking 2 different things. So he says yes, sure. They both are yes. Cool. Move on from there. Or something else happens. Anyone else want to chime in on the ads? If we were the ads at the start of DAs, but I'm just curious to other people's opinions on it. Because I know how I feel about it. I just want to see how it's generally received. I want you to take this from a perspective as well that you don't have a sub to this channel, so you're gonna get an ad every time you start a DA for a minute or 2. I mean, I should know better than ask questions. I think I'm gonna take a break here in a minute, just to give myself a chance to stand up. I shifted because my back is like, hey, get up. So definitely gonna be something I'm doing here in a moment. I meant to take it at 95.50, but we ended up we're in the middle of a conversation, and I feel like it's rude for me just to leave at that point. And it's not like there's gonna, like, I don't have a constantly flowing chat to the point that I have to be here. Like, it's that I'm gonna interrupt a conversation regardless of what I'm doing. But if I have a time where we're not really talking about anything, I can take a break. Fine. I mean, I planned on it, but still working on I more wanted to hear the chat's opinions about the ads for every DA, and since no one else is giving theirs, I guess I'll do mine. I personally left that stream the other day. Somebody was doing that. I was watching the stream. They were doing something similar where they needed to set up something in the game that really didn't require. It's something that you didn't need to talk, like they would just have to make a conversation through. Not like, oh, this is something we're doing, but decided to put an ad at the beginning of every one of those setup periods. I'm just gonna say DAs. It's gonna be easier for me to explain it in DA terms. They would put up an ad in front of every DA. So if you weren't subscribed, you got an ad every time they started a raid. Now, I am a very patient person in most cases, and ads are things that do not bother me whatsoever. Besides, like, the stream music, like, I don't want an ad playing while I'm streaming. But I'm very patient with those kinds of things. However, like, I felt like that was too frequent of a use of ads. And so, did I discuss it with the streamer? I have not. I might do so. I feel like I will get blown off, but that's just me. And also, it's not my stream, so I don't get to control what happens in it. I can tell them what I feel of it, but, you know. And I understand why they're doing it. Like, from a streamer perspective, as I just said, you know, you get a higher revenue split if you do a certain amount of ads every hour. This is how Twitch is. The unfortunate part about that, it's only 5% more. So, it's really not that much. And plus, ads make you literally no money whatsoever. Like, I think you get $3.50 per ad. or per minute of ad or something like that, which is not a lot. So if you're running 8 at like 53, 8. Why can I do that in my head? 3 and 8 is 24. And then that adds an extra $4. So that'd be 28 with an extra 5% of 5% of 350 would be half of 10 should be 35, which would be about an extra 20 cents. So you'd probably make $30 instead of $28 on that, which yeah, I don't think that's worth it to me. Yeah, I mean, that's what, like, the incentive is definitely the reason that it's happening, but, you know, from a view, it's more important, in my opinion, to take in consideration the viewer perspective rather than what you're making off of it. Because I don't want to go back to that stream and watch a bunch of ads. That's the thing. So you're gonna lose you're gonna lose people by doing that. It's just what it is. Last question with sleep clause. It says if a Pokemon has been put to sleep but is still sleeping, something's phrased wrong there. If a Pokemon has been put to sleep but it is still sleeping, something's not phrased right, and it's confusing me. I believe the clause, and you can go quote Smogon if you want, word for word. If a Pokemon is asleep on your team, does not matter if they are in the field of battle, but if you have put a Mon to sleep on your opponent's side of the team, you are unable to put any other Mon on that to sleep. Or threaten to put it to sleep. So that would be, I believe, how it says. So like if I have Pokemon A, in turn 1 you put it to sleep. Turn 2 I switch it out, nothing else can still be asleep. You can't put anything else to sleep until Pokemon A comes back out and wakes up. The exceptions to those rules are if a Pokemon, for instance, uses something like rest, where they put themselves to sleep. So if they do that, then your sleep is then legal. But you yourself cannot be the trigger that causes another Pokemon to be asleep twice. They did that for reasons like, because if that rule wasn't in place, Darkrai would be Darkrai would be the meta in Ubers. You just Dark Void, Dark Void, Dark Void, Dark Void. It's like nothing else. Just run at max speed, Dark Void, and then have an attacking move. They'd switch out. Cool. You hit the Pokemon with an attacking move, you can put them to sleep the next turn. So, yeah, I told you just to let me judge the video, and we just keep coming back to it. So, just know more about it. I'll look at the video, I'll tell you what happened. Actually, let me judge the video and then get back to you. Yeah. Because if sleep clause wasn't a thing, man, would you guys hate me this season. That's all I can say. And man, would we hate Soy. Because that's what he would do too. And anybody who has priority, or prankster, or something like that, or a fast mon that can put things to sleep. You hear that Politoed last season? I didn't break a sleep clause though, I just kept putting everything you sent out to sleep, and then knocking it out. Because I had to do that. I'll send it to you via DMs first, where I post the results. Just post the results. Like, regardless, the match has happened. I need you to submit. I need somebody, one of the two of you, to submit the results. I'll look at it. I'll watch. I always watch the video before I confirm a match. So I'll watch it. If the match is, if it's invalid there, I will delete it, make the forfeit happen, and go from there. So just do everything like you normally would, as if nothing happened, and I will deal with it in a minute. I've had many matches in the past that have done that. I have to retroactively be like, hey bro, yeah, none of this counts, by the way. I've had somebody forfeit a match I had versus them because we had a plan. We had a plan to do our battle like a Friday or a Thursday night. Out of the blue, at least they gave me a heads up. I think they gave me. I want to say they gave me a heads up. No, they didn't. They didn't. I messaged them like 10 minutes after the start time of the match. Said, hey, we're supposed to have a battle. What's going on? They said, I can't do a battle today. Sent them another message saying, when would you like to battle then? No response. Saturday night, like 11 o'clock, 11:30. I'm driving home. I'm about ready to go home from an event I was at school for. And they're like, hey, we need to do that battle before it gets to midnight. I'm like, dude, it's 11:30. It's 11:30 on the night of it being done. I can't, like, I'm not gonna get home until after midnight. There's no way. At least they were gracious and understood that they messed up and took the loss, but I think anyone wouldn't have sided on my side for that. How much you wanna put on that Nico comes back in and ask another question about sleep clause? How much you wanna bet on that? How much? Anybody? You wanna bet? Anybody wanna take a bet on that? Yeah. Yep. And one more thing about. Oh, jeez. That's funny. That's funny. Also, I got called out about the voice acting tag and did get called out about the Nuzlocke tag. I find that very hilarious. But I need to turn the air up too, before I need to turn the air on. It's just a freaking fan too. Yeah, I'm Nuzlocking Regice. I'm not allowed to die. If I lose it, I lose it. We beat the run when I catch the Regice. Nah, I've had the wedlock tag on all week. Like, today was the first day I changed it. Nothing. Just the things that I get, you know, that I get asked about with this, it's just funny sometimes. Someone will come in and is like, you're not even playing Pokemon Sword and Shield, you're playing the DLC. Why don't you have the DLC as your stream category? Like, dude, it's the same game. Leave me alone. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break here. Because we didn't get a shiny there. I meant to take a break 25 encounters ago. But I'm out of drink and I'm starting to lose. the water content in my mouth. I'm returning into the Sahara Desert slowly but surely. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I encourage you to get up and stretch, especially if you've been here since the beginning of the stream. Get something to snack on, something to eat, a drink, run around your house 5 times, something like that, and I'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. Kicks down the door. No! What are we in Jimmy's house? Crazy. Oh, wait, there are no doors. I saw everything, by the way. There is no doors. There are no doors. Take it down. It's a plural. It's a conjugate of the plural. Therefore, it would be R. Welcome. Saw everything. I always see everything. How you doing, Dylan? Welcome in. Good to see you. Eat food, okay? That's the one time you'll fight to get food. That's crazy. Do what you always do and just make like popcorn or something and call that a meal. Lol. I'm good. Hi, good. I'm dead. I have oatmeal. It'll take forever. So, why were you yelling last night? That's a good question. So weird doing live message. Okay. Yelling lol just doesn't answer the question and says a word back from the sentence. Lovely. That's my favorite thing. You're my favorite pizza place. Hello, little Caesars. You're my favorite pizza place. Hello, Dad. You're my... What? You and Mom are getting a divorce? What? I didn't expect this. No, I was just calling to tell you you're my favorite pizza place. No, you don't. I'm gonna stop watching Smosh. On you, let no. Good on you. Period. Let no one food shame you. I mean, no, that's not. That is not why we say oatmeal here. That's not why we say oatmeal here. I know somebody does oatmeal for breakfast because they have a gluten allergy and cannot eat gluten. So gluten-free oatmeal is the way to go. He could have left it at healthy, left it at eat, I mean. Really like how that layout turned out. Very nice. It is very nice. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. We have a lot of layouts made recently. I like making layouts. It's fun. I don't like making them for me because that means I have to do a new series and then I have to figure out what I'm doing, and that's stressful. But the layout's always the fun part. Layout's always a good part about the new series and everything. Just think of the same thing with fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Yo, if you watched The Wiggles growing up, you're old. I don't know if that was before or after my time. I've seen a little bit of The Wiggles. And that's it. It's like I used to be big into Teletubbies. That's what it was. I was a kid. Teletubbies. They are freaking creepy now, but I don't know how I watched that. Oh my gosh. I didn't. Ah! Does everyone just know the fruit salad yummy yummy thing? Is that just, you know, the one thing that came out of that? I would assume. It's trending on social media. Yeah. 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 I get it. Bum, bum. I do find it funny, like, it's always a fun conversation to see what dates people know. It's like, oh, you were dating yourself by saying you know what this is. Yes. Spoon applesauce. Well, let's say spoon is not available, then you fork applesauce. Both of those sounded inappropriate, but I'm letting them sit there. And we get to see Among Us. Look at that. Look at me read chat. Look, prediction game. Prediction game on point. That's why I don't lose PDL. But I don't lose. Prediction game on point. All the time. Hananim Jota. There you go. Welcome. Use a butter knife? What the? Is that because you call applesauce actually like carving an apple? I like eating an apple with a butter knife is, you know, is a thing. But if it's like the actual sauce with the knife, that's a little weird, bro. That just means you're kinky. That's okay. A little weird, but you know, we're all a little weird. I always laughed at my ex's mom because one of the memes about, you know, somebody's like a serial killer by how they eat their food is if they eat pizza with a fork, and she like legitimately does it all the time, no matter what temperature pizza is. I'm like, dude, like, you pick it up, you fold it, and you eat it like a sandwich. It's not a problem. You gotta eat the pie the correct way. I'm walking. Have you ever had apple butter? All the time. Not a big fan, honestly. It's good, but, you know, don't have to go out of my way to get it. You come to me on the night of my daughter's wedding and you're eating your pizza with a fork? What are you, crazy? So. I need a count of 10 and get your sorry, no good cookies out of my office. And y'all question the voice acting tag. What? Well. Bum 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 bum. It's party music time. Maybe we should play Sunshine again. See that damage was from Sunshine. Give me Home Alone vibes. It should give you Godfather vibes. If you haven't seen Godfather, you're old. I don't know if that's old. It's probably young. I don't know. If you haven't seen Godfather, you're wrong. Go watch it. Just kidding. I won't give movie recommendations like that. Because the last time I got a movie recommendation like that, it was to watch Top Gun, and it was horrible. And so, yeah. And so I will give a movie recommendations as I think you'll like this movie. You should watch it. Not you have to watch it. It's the bee's knees. I won't do that. That's just wrong. I mean, it should give you Home Alone vibes. It's also in Home Alone, so yeah. Doesn't this music make you want to go clean up a bunch of graffiti from an island? It's great. Man, I am on a fat delay. It's been years, 10,000 years to give you such a crick in the neck. You don't watch it every Christmas? What are you doing? Right here. Bum ba da dum ba da 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 dum ba da da dum ba da bum. I don't think there's a movie I watch every Christmas. I don't have a tradition like that, watching something every year. Jim. I mean, I used to watch The Grinch every year just because it was on television. But something like that. There's I have two potential projects for I have two potential projects coming up after Cage Lock is done, and it depends on where we are, which one happens. I'd say wrong that I just don't like Home Alone. You're a terrible person. You should reconsider your life. No, you're allowed to have your opinion. Home Alone is funny for children. It is, if you look at how the inconsistencies exist, it's not fun anymore. But it's funny to watch people get set on fire and fall downstairs and be covered in tar and feathered. It's not that, yeah. They got away with a lot with that film. That's kind of out there. Harry Potter marathon at Thanksgiving. You watch Harry Potter year round. If you're not watching Harry Potter year round, you turn on the television. It's on right now. I think they're at Chamber of Secrets at the moment. You ever watch The Mousetrap? Yeah. Been a while, but yeah. Yeah, I just like to wait for Jimmy to binge watch Harry Potter and then do movie nights of them. That's that's the plan. Yeah, I just wait for somebody to binge watch. Yeah, we're watching Harry Potter now. It's kind of like a meme. I'd like to do the High School Musical series as a movie night. And just sit there and meme on it the whole time. We can watch High School Musical abridged. So it's chorky. I do want to watch all of DBZA, but yeah, no. But I don't. I'd be like watching all of Dragon Ball and not knowing what's going on. So I think I have to watch Dragon Ball before that. The song's stuck in my head. But we're all in this together. Like that one. I know it's sad that I know the song or that I know the dance. It's hard to do when you're sitting down because you can't do like it's a lot of lower body movement in that section. You like breaking free? I can't dance, it's just freaking catchy. That's all it is. That's the point. Like anything that's upbeat and fast paced like that, gonna be catchy. I mean, heck, people have made careers out of doing that. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a musical that's made for kids. They're meant to be catchy. It's Disney. That's what they do. Like, I could probably name a random Disney film and everybody in chat could give me a song from it. That's how it is. Because they make them catchy. The only one that's coming to my mind is Pocahontas and I go Colors of the Wind, but, you know, that's not even catchy. It's a good song. Yeah, it's hard to pick and just get a random movie like that and not have a song pop in my head. The real question about Home Alone is which Home Alone movie is the best. That means a lot. I'd have to rewatch them all again. I know 4 is kind of weird. But yes, the Lilo and Stitch one is good. I feel like there used to be a Lilo and Stitch online like website game. And you like collected all the experiments. Yeah, it wasn't it wasn't Macaulay Culkin. Although I have not seen Macaulay Culkin in anything else, so. I honestly don't think he's acting anymore, but I don't know. I don't stay up to date with those kinds of things. Doo 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 doo. Didn't watch 3, just a lot of 1 and 2. I kind of think 2 is the better one of them because it gives a little bit of backstory to Harry and Marv. But I don't know. Was a Game Boy Advance game? It might have been. I don't remember playing it. It might have been both. I remember running around the beach in the car trying to get one of the experiments. I think it was the Zap one. But I don't remember if it was online. I feel like it was online because I feel like I remember pressing the space bar to jump. No, now I'm curious. Lilo and Stitch game. I'm pretty sure it's online. Yeah. The one I'm called. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I played. I'm doing pretty bad. Uh-oh. Ran into a tree. Ah! Tree! Watch out for that tree! Yeah, this is the one I remember playing. Oh, I can't take my foot off the gas now, can I? Got him. Ah. Yeah. This is what I remember playing it. It's called Lilo and Stitch. It's called Stitch Speed Chase. They have a bunch of games of it. I had to do that. That's unfortunate. Alright. I'm good. I've played it enough. I'm not distracted. I did get distracted. It was fun. And that was definitely the one I played a lot. Bottom. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Lilo and Stitch. Just a long time. YouTube. Yeah. I watched it like when it came out last. Like it's been that long. I've only seen it a few times. So. Also, do find it funny that when I made that thumbnail for Uranium, I wasn't planning on using Rat Torch, but there we go. It ended up being there. Funny how things work out. I specifically used it because I'm like, oh, we're not gonna get, like, I'm not gonna get to use Nucleon. I'm not gonna get to use Rat Torch either, so, you know, no worries. And then Rat Torch just blew away everyone else in the competition. Oh, do be a thing. It's how it works out. So the real question that I have is, am I gonna notice the shiny? Or is it just gonna be like, oh hey, it sparkled. Oh hey, that's a shiny. That's really what it is. Like, I feel like I'm debating myself by knowing what the shiny is. What's up, Jimmy? Nothing's going well. Insane echo. I mean, hi. Hi, I'm Paul. Man, I'm old. That dated myself. Whew. That is very, very old. Now I'm just thinking of Jimmy Neutron all the time, you know. Now I'm just going through Jimmy Neutron, like the words, the song is in my head. Oh, Jimmy! I don't know about that, Jimmy. Jimmy. We do not need to get me a Carl Wheeler impression while I'm finding a shiny red. I think not. He's a boy. Phantom. It's like Baby Shark but edgy. It's great. You'll never be able to unsee that now. You're welcome. I just ruined Danny Phantom for everyone. Jimmy. Jimmy! It's Jimmy? No, that's Timmy. Timmy! Like, that was South Park. So, I did what now? Danny Phantom, Baby Shark, dude. Get it? I mean, it's just there. It's just that you're flipping around the phrase. It's like Danny Phantom. It's, you know, Baby Shark, It's just backwards. They just flipped it. And that's literally what they did. That's literally what they did. People are so unoriginal. It's like in the original Pokemon games, the Rocket Hideout is the same theme as Lavender Town. It's just there. It's there. You know. Yeah, the undertones are there. Like, it's just the same song. I mean, they literally have one that's called Inverse Song at times. So what do you expect? I mean, in fair, the Sun song is literally the start to the change to Daybreak. It was like it's to change the day. Like it literally. Oh, I like the Inverse Song at time too. It's fun. Definitely fun. Actually, I did a video a very, very long time ago about my favorite Zelda Requiems or like songs like that. You know what? Well, is it too big? Yeah, because it's under it's a PNG, not a JPEG. Probably needs to be a JPEG. What a sum. Perfect rendition. Exactly. Oh, I didn't make. You don't have a thing. Save it under JPEG because it's gonna work most of the time better than a PNG would. Anybody got the desire to play Kirby? If you don't, you will soon because we're in Kirby land music. Or enjoy the lurk. There's an emote for that too. I need a maybe if we ever get stream elements fully moderated, it can do that. Whenever that happens. Yeah. I will say, like, the only good part about Wind Waker is definitely the OST. Like, sucks. Just kidding. I think I just got frustrated that one day, and it just made me hate the game. I mean, you do remember the negative more than the positive, but... Need a perma sub to the bot they used? Yeah, I would definitely. Definitely do that. So that way we can use the emotes and stuff. It's like, you want emotes like this? Subscribe to the channel. We want more money. No. I know. It'd be cool at some point to play Wind Waker again. And not be like, oh, this game is bad because of these things. Like, the dungeons have been relatively pretty good. Like, the last two kind of were rough. But, they weren't terrible. And they were long. That's the only problem with they were really long. So. And then that side quest at the end there for all the Triforce shards is a bit annoying, but I'm trying to determine if it goes before or after Twilight Princess in my list of favorites. Where does it fit? I don't know. They're pretty same level to me. Show me the notification. Phone. Why do I have to enter my passcode to unlock you? What's causing me to have to do that? I just want to see what the notification is. Thank you. Is that so hard? Oh. Can be dumb. Why do I even have a face recognition if it doesn't work? Really, I had no idea. I'm gonna make sure Majora's Mask is #1. Lol. What now? I can't go 5 seconds without. But I need this from you. Man. It is very frustrating. Just want to stream, man. Let me stream. Dag flabbit. Dang it, Bobby. One ranking #1 lol, sure. My name is Hank Hill and I sell propane and propane accessories. No! That was horrible. I can't even think of how it goes now. I don't know. See, the thing is, it's not hard to quote in their voice, but it's hard to like make new dialogue options. And taking the voice and going somewhere else with it that's not scripted or not familiar. So, this is part of it. Bop, 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 bop. Why am I still doing this? It doesn't work. I can't get a shiny. It's annoying. And some mechanics sucked in that game. Yeah, definitely. I mean, part of my issue with Wind Waker is that its movement is not as crisp as I would like it to be. So. I mean, yeah. Well, I feel like Zelda, they either give you like hyper good movement or like very, very touchy movement or very, very loose movement, and it's not. Neither are great. You need like a nice middle ground. Cool. No. No. But it is something just to learn. Like that's part of it. If I played Wind Waker more, I'm sure I would be able to do like the snapping and know the timing for that better. Just I played OOTR too much. And I'm used to the feel of that. To be fair, Breath of the Wild has the same kind of snapping mechanic. And I did enjoy that a lot. Do we have a second? Do we have a one-off go out this week for IC? I did update it, cool. Thought I did. Oh my gosh, it's shiny. What's today? Today is August? Oh, was it Wizard 101? Yesterday. Makes sense. I haven't got to it. Got it. I haven't watched yet. I also kind of thought it was. I did look at it and I kind of thought it was something from Damien's channel and not an IC video. Yeah, that's on me a little bit for not recognizing it. I'm trying to remember when the one I just did last week. It comes out in September sometimes. Next week's is a good one. Oh crap. Best bitch is jeez. Best bitch is Thursday, 2 weeks. Crap. Did not know that was coming up. Did not know that was coming up. Oh boy. Yikers. Oh, Zoink Scoop. Reggie. I didn't realize it was next month. It's I mean, it is. I knew it was September, but I'm like, we're not even through August yet. To be fair, August felt like it hasn't existed yet. So that's why I'm behind. So that is getting that plan too. It can be done. The sucky part is like that's the week I start school. So oof. I can't get started on it. I do it in one swoop. I don't like splitting things up. It's very annoying. It's one of those videos that has to be edited like close to the date. Yeah, it's not something I want first week of class, unfortunately. We'll have to see. Maybe I can do it the Saturday before. Nope. And then I have to add more. I have to keep adding more. And adding more. So it just doesn't help out. I go through it all at once, and then I plan it out, and then I put them together. Because when I go through it, I grab the moment, and I don't need to have that many files on my PC. Makes for an easier video at that point. That is not something I needed coming up. Definitely not something I needed. I don't know how that's gonna get done. I really don't know how that's gonna get done. I might have to do it the Saturday before, and then just when I'm done streaming, jump onto it. Yikes. It'll work out somehow. More stress, yay! That's what everyone needs, right? The problem is it takes hours to edit, and that's a lot of time. I'm more mad at you that you sent me the video and I could just watch it when it goes up. Unless you're not uploading it, then I don't care. As I said, just upload it and... Well, I would have won money there, guys, if somebody bet me. No, yeah. I didn't need you to ping it to me. I see it. I mean, there is that there's unlisted for now. I don't know why you would put it on as unlisted for now. I have no idea why you would do that. It's the battle. It should be public or uploaded at the time when you want it to be uploaded. If you didn't bet, yeah, you would have lost. I don't know. Exactly. Like I said earlier, just do it as if it was a normal, like nothing happened and you just did a battle. That's all it is. I don't know where that got lost in translation, but I thought that was pretty straightforward. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. Now it's even more unlikely for me to watch it because it's in my DMs and I've already cleared that ping. So I can't stand to see that number down there. Even knowing what it is. Rain is must clear ping, cannot have ping, ping does not ping, no ping. Alright. How is it 11 o'clock already? Jeez. It's crazy. I'd like to get this thing and be done with it, but I don't know. Can you crack? Work on that later. Bum 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 bum. It's a Regice and it's not shiny. Oh, I hear that part up in the Sonic. Definitely look into that. Back into a normal setting position. That is definitely tight. Definitely tight. Indigo bird, not really. I'm gonna get off stream and be like, why is it only 1 o'clock? I'll put money in that. It's like, I don't have anything to do. Near the best bits, no. Can't have the best bits. Not the day for it. Yes. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum. I mean, I have one thing to do, and I might do some baking today. Might do some baking. That might be a good idea. I would have needed to prep that earlier. That's the problem. I guess I could put it out at noon and then make it after dinner. I'll have to do that on my next break. So. Debbie Dadley, let's go. Doo doo doo. Bum, bum, bum. I do think part of my problem is like when I don't take time for myself, and this is why I don't take time for myself, because I just lose what I don't have anything I need to do. And my brain goes, I don't know what to do. And then I get to the point where it's like content where I can't decide what game I'm gonna play or and those kinds of things. That's probably a good thing to do. I got my money back from them. It was like what I paid for was... I usually pay like 25, 30, something like that. And they charged me for like the 50 package, and I'm like, it's because they took away my student discount. And I'm like, I still have a student discount. I'm like, oh, well, my bad. Here's your money back. I will say the good part about the other good part about what's going on currently is working full capacity means I get more money. That's helpful. When I canceled when. There's too many wins in that sentence. No, I had no idea what you're trying to say. Something about having 2 months free at some point in time. That's all I understood. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, blame the phone. Blame the phone. Blame technology. Well, blame our need to constantly respond and type things as fast as humanly possible. When you were that 1 week. I never was a week, so I'm sorry. So yeah. When you were that 1 week, I canceled it and they gave me 2 months free. Here. Hi here. Wait, hi here, I'm dead. Enjoy your lurk, Kong. Enjoy your day. Thanks for coming. The good part is he takes care of it today. I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. That's good. They'd be like, hey, JB, we're doing Dynamax Adventures. Nah, I'm just joking. I'm just messing. I was gonna say you're up early, and then I realized why you were up early, so. Yep. I need to go hunt yellow things. Apparently yellow things like me. Regice shiny is now yellow. I'm just convinced. I'd slap a yellow filter on it, but then it would just make it green, so. I mean, that would be pretty cool. They wouldn't do it, but it would look cool. I mean, the eyes are what I'm using to kind of determine if it's shiny or not, because it's a more of an, it's a darker yellow tone. It's like when you're hunting Zapdos, you look at Zapdos' feet to make sure it's shiny or not. I mean, it's pretty obvious in my opinion, in game, but still. Bum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum bum 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 bum. I was trying to think of something I wanted to talk about, and I didn't. Just lost my train of thought very quickly. Lovely. I guess I don't need the 3-2-1 command anymore. Really. Doing DAs might be helpful to keep. I have no idea. I think it's mostly because I have too much going on and I'm trying to like plan everything and like, oh, what can I say on stream, you know? It's like I couldn't tell you that Color Lock was what was gonna be the series for the week last week. Those are definitely things. That is definitely a give and take with content creation, is like knowing what to tell people and what not to tell people. I generally err on the side of I'd rather you guys just see it when it comes out. But also, no, it's not. If you're excited about something, it's hard to contain it sometimes. That do be part of it. Like, I full well knew the Color Lock was happening for a couple of weeks, so. I just didn't know how. I spent too much time trying to get it to work out. That's the problem. So. Really fun. Did I minus? Because I thought I was at 996. 9666. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. But like, the other thing is like I don't want to. I have what's coming up after Wind Waker, but I'm not telling you people. So I'm gonna keep it a secret. Yes and yeah, nah doesn't help me much, but sure. If you have something else taking your attention, feel free to invest in that. Do not mind me. Different conversation spot. Yeah, but even replying with one word does not help. So, in most cases. So, I don't know. One of the big things that I've been told is to learn better how to keep conversations in your head. I mean, I just keep rolling all the time. Because as a content creator, it's my job to kind of keep the conversation flowing and keep speaking regardless of if there is anything to speak about or not. But it is very difficult when it's like a 1 or 2 word response or something that's very vague. To know what we were talking about when I might be 5 conversations later. That's why I like words like yeah, nah, sure, okay. Don't help me. I can't conversate with it. The fact that you use conversate there instead of I don't know how to communicate well is part of it. Yeah, we get that. I mean, it's just taking some more English. That's all I can really say. And being more direct. Like nothing will make you question what you are saying more than writing like high quality level college papers. Like I've had to do. Which is why I, you know, point out these things. There are notes I've gotten. It's like, this is vague. This is not very thorough. Like, you've talked about one thing and didn't finish it. This is very unclear with the general theme of whatever you're discussing at the moment. So with putting my thoughts into words, it's probably because you're trying to overcomplicate it. Just it's really not too complicated and doesn't have to be complex. Whatever you are trying, whatever your goal to communicate is, that's what you communicate. Like if you want to say, if you want to tell people that you enjoy eating pie, you know, you can simply say it as, I like pie, not, pie is probably something that I really enjoy. One, you're adding a bunch of words, and two, like, you're not being direct with it, so. Those kinds of things, you know, irk me a bit. It's like, we could save so much time in communication with, where instead of saying something vague or abstract, not direct and to the point, you know, we could just go straight to what we're trying to say and be done with it, rather than trying to chop through an entire bush, you know. I'm trying to get a good analogy for this, and I'm trying. It's not coming to me. Yeah, that I was gonna use ice cream, picking an ice cream flavor, but that's not quite the example I need. There's holes for it. Bush chopping is not a good one though. Bush chopping is rough. Why do you keep doing it then? Just say what you want to say and be done with it. Don't make things complicated. Just go for it. I guess I can do an analogy. So it's like trying to get to somewhere. It's like a maze is a good example. So, like trying to go through a maze. Obviously, the easiest way to get to the end of the maze is to walk straight through it. Like they give you a straight line you can walk through if you don't like. You can just take that, walk through the maze. But instead, we decide to, oh no, we're gonna make this more complicated. I'm gonna run around the little turns and corners trying to find my way through it, when the path is literally right there in front of you. You just walk through it. That's stupid. Lol. Yeah, that is something you need to go talk to somebody about, definitely. See? Lol. Well, it's adverse to accurate and accessible communication. I only said it was stupid because it's a joke. Oh wow, you knew I was joking. That's crazy. The thing that we do as humans that it just annoys the crap out of me. I do it too, so it makes me upset when I do it. Is that we try to fit into a normality, or a normal. That's not the right word. A normalcy, or the idea that there is a thing known as normal. There is not a thing as normal. Everyone's unique and individual. And you're gonna have different opinions from everyone else. Whatever you think is whatever you think. As long as you can back it up and make a logical, you know, especially like if it's picking one thing over the other. As long as you have a logical assessment of it, nobody should be able to question you about it. And it shouldn't matter what other people say or what other people think. Because you're not going to please everybody. It's impossible. You say the wrong thing to somebody, it's their response to say that I don't like that. And we move on. There's no need to try to... There's no need to spend time reassessing what you want to say just so you can either sound smart or sound right or look like you're right or make the other person happy. If you don't truly believe that and it's not what you think, then you're just putting on a facade and nobody likes that. That is the one thing that drives me absolutely crazy. Is if I find out somebody has a different opinion than what they say because they're fabricating a truth in order to fit in or be normal, quote unquote normal. Like, get to the point, be done with what you're trying to say, and move on. Got other things to spend my time on. Besides trying to figure out and decipher what you're trying to get around. A good example, earlier conversation, you could have just said, I don't like ads. It's like, I don't want to see ads while waiting for a DA. You could have just said that, but instead we went to, well, I don't like, well, you see, like, when it comes to grand circumstances, I'm seeing, like, you're filibustering a paper that doesn't need to be filibustered. Just get to the point and be done. When it comes to the circumstances of choosing whether to watch ads or not watch ads, I would prefer not to have ads in my video after I arrive in the channel. There's one thing to have ads at the introduction of a video because it is guaranteed to be a thing that is on a Twitch channel simply because it is a way Twitch makes money. But to have it adversely affect my viewing experience because it is placed in the middle of it, of a video that I am trying to watch, is adversely adherent to the viewership quality of my content I consume. You see how complicated I made that when I said I don't like, it's like I don't want to see ads for DAs. That same sentence. It's part of the reason I also go like I say book on your comments. 100% the reason I say book. You could have been like this, done. Not here's 20 different things about what happened today that anybody who watched the video would be able to tell you. It's like cool. Thanks for watching the video all the way through. I already knew that. What's next? Like, get to the point. She got a point all right, but a veil covers it up. Yeah. Like, I have written way too many academic papers to to know how much you can filibuster and get away with it. It feels like a bot saying cool episode today, great work. I don't care. If that's your opinion on it, that's your opinion on it. I will say thanks. I will say thanks for the interaction that boosts my chances in the algorithm. And move on with my life. Also, hey, cool episode today. Keep up the great work should be in quotations. You're welcome. Dude, I really can't be a teacher. People would hate me. People would hate my class. So much. It would be so bad. Be like, you just destroy my papers. It's like, I don't like living short comments. Jeez. I just kill all the comments then. Jeez, man. I like leaving short comments because I usually want to show my excitement about what happened in an after creator. Well, I don't like seeing long comments because they take forever to read and they have too much into it that doesn't really matter, and I already know that you enjoy those things and I don't have to see it again. There's me stating my opinion on it. Because I'm gonna be like, oh, that sucks, that died. It's like, yeah, we knew that died. Anyone who watched the video knows that died. Yeah. I mean, it is better now that you're not doing the, oh, you know, Chaos took 7 steps left and then went up 2 steps and then went left 2 steps and then found a wild random Jirachi and then ran away from the random Jirachi, and then, like, at least it's not a play-by-play. Like it used to be. So it's getting better, it's just not at the point it needs to be at. Because, man, were those tedious to read. That's why I often go, I'm reading this in a very monotone voice just to make fun of it. Because, bruh. I understand it can be hard to say what you want to say, but it's called learning vernacular. Figure out a list of words to use to express your thoughts and emotions. I feel like we get on English topics way too much in this chat. It's because I see things and I point them out, and that's on me because it's a thing I do. Yeah. But any creator would read that and be like, oh, yeah, they watched the entire video and enjoyed it. You know? Not, oh, this person hates my content because they left a comment. Like, no, people leave comments because they want to leave comments and support the channel. No, but if you didn't care about it, you wouldn't leave a comment. The length of the comment should not equal the amount of excitement you have for the content. $96.96? No. Yeah. I have no idea what you're trying to say there. I don't know about that, boss. Wolfhost, #1 most humble person. Says they are too nice. Ooh. Very humble. Leave comments on videos I watch unless I hate the video. I just like the show. If you leave a like on a video, if you hate the video, you shouldn't leave a like on a video. You should dislike the video. That's the thing. But still. Feel weary today? Yeah, I mean, it's been a week, definitely. I don't know what to tell you. Rest. Jump into a shower. That works. My way of showing I watched the video. Why do you have to prove that you watched a video to somebody? Why you gotta do that? I gotta prove that to somebody. You don't. I don't leave comments on most of my videos, albeit I should. Usually I leave comments to say something. Even if it is a nice video, I enjoyed this. Just to help them with the algorithm. Like, that's all if your whole goal is to help them work with the algorithm, then yeah. Yeah, nice copy pasta there. Definitely get it, because it's done the same to me. Especially working full capacity and not working just like a couple hours a week like I have been doing. Has it's definitely caused me some extra stress. As we were talking yesterday, definitely some extra stress that I can't get rid of, and just signed on for probably the whole month of September, honestly. So that's gonna be great. I mean, the good part about it is I know if I'm taking too much, I can just be like, hey, I need some help with this. Look, I can't do that. You know? So it's not like I'm overbearing myself for no reason. But I do want to take care of it if I can. I am very good at this thing called sacrificing my time to help other people out. It's one of the simplest ways you can show care to someone. I mean, look at how much I've done for IC that I probably shouldn't have done. They tell you yesterday to relax a bit, but I know you won't listen. I'll relax when I can. I definitely do. I am way better at it than I used to be, which is not saying much. Honestly, because I used to run myself into the ground and that was my constant state of existence. But I take the time I need now to definitely get stuff dealt with and taken care of. My problem is if I have something on my plate, I perseverate on it and just sit there and like it needs to get done, it needs to get done, and it's restful for me to get it done and call it the day, rather than constantly being like, I didn't do this yet, you know, you haven't done that yet, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. That's all I keep hearing in my head. It's easy just to get that out of my face. Part of the reason I couldn't sleep last night was I started to build a team and I got halfway through it and I'm like, look, I'm not getting anything done, I'm going to bed. Tried to go to bed, couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about the team. Wasn't getting anywhere, but kept thinking about it. Yeah, it's still on my mind until it's done. So I have to get it done and out of my way. If it's not on my mind, then I won't do it. And I won't think about it. I'd rather just be done with it and not worry about it. I talked about it with in a meeting this week. Like I've always been a person that, like, if a professor asks you to write a paper and they're like, I want to see a rough draft and then I want to see the final copy, I'm gonna do all the work right up front and turn in the rough draft, turn in my final copy as my rough draft. Like, I don't want to go back and re-edit it. I don't want to go back and do anything. I want to be done with it and turn it in and call it a day. But most of the time it's been, you don't need to do anything with it. Do you want to submit this for your grade? Sure. Right, here's a few things that you need to change. Then done. But I don't want to wait. I don't want to spend. I feel like that feels like a waste of time to me to do a rough draft and be like, yeah, that's good enough. No, I want to have it done and be done with it. Didn't mark it. Yep, very descriptive. Yeah, I got better at that a lot. I got better over that last year to work through nights. So I'll usually set up a time parameter for myself. Like if I go to bed at midnight, if I'm not asleep by 1, I'll get up and do stuff until I'm tired and then go to sleep. It was like a couple weeks ago when I was working on that project and ended up getting done with it at like 6 a.m. It's like I was done with it at 6 a.m. That's where I got done with it, not before or after. I took a power nap, popped on the stream Saturday morning at 8. Called it a day. And did that for a class. Mostly because I got really interested in the subject I was reading, which is a good thing, especially for school. I got really interested in the subject, stayed up till 2 a.m. writing a paper about it and analyzing it and researching it. Walked into class the next day and they're like, you look tired. And I'm like, well, I was up till 2 a.m. doing the work for this class. And I'm like, well, why'd you wait till the last minute? It's like, I didn't. I just ended up working on it that long. So. I mean, the way I see it is you can use your time one way or another, but that's about it. And if you're using it to lay in bed and do nothing, you're not really working. You're not really getting anything done, are you? So if you can't sleep, don't sleep and get up and do stuff. You can sleep, go to sleep. That's what it is. What's up, King Sameta? I guess I did that right. Can I press the buttons? Thank you. I can't decide if I should these and the swords or not. I feel so numb that I automatically run around, and even if I found a shiny. You don't. I mean, there's ways to prevent that, and it's honestly up to you with how you want to hunt things. Like the reason I'm not like, you can reset this. Now you could save before you encounter it and just keep resetting it, which is about the same time as running around like this. But I chose to hunt this way because, one, it guarantees that I'm going to hear the shiny sparkle if it happens, if and when it happens. So that I will know it's shiny. And then it's just making sure that you're not... Making sure, like, take your hands off the controller if you're worried about it. Until you know for sure. And then, okay. And so, there's ways to get around it. Like, you just gotta try different methods. To not worry about it. I like to have the controller in my hand, so, like, I'll get into the dialogue. I'll pull, like, right now, my fingers hovered over B. I don't know if you can see it, but my fingers hovered over B. So, like, I can press B all I want. And I can sit here and do this. I'm used to just mashing buttons all the time. I can press B all I want. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. It's great. So it takes me to actually to switch my thumb to do it. So things like that are ways I get through it. Because I'm constantly mashing. And I know that. Like, even right now, I'm mashing A. Just trying to get the text dialogue done as fast as possible. Then you switch to B. This fun fact, you can mash text dialogue with B, but you can't do actions with B. Great. You just gotta find something that works for you, that counters it. As long as that's something that works for you is making sure you have the game audio on, because the shiny sparkle is your saving grace when it comes to not paying attention or autopiloting. So I've seen countless streamers, like the number one way I see people fail shinies is because they do not have the audio turned on. Because they'll be like, oh, I'm gonna look away for a second and not pay attention or read the chat or something. And then totally not look at my screen, see the thing happen on the screen, and then accidentally run away from it because I'm not paying attention. But if you had the shiny sparkle animation, you would at least hear that, be like, what? Shine, and then you look right at it. Like, I might not have the game, like the game music, the background music for the game playing right now, but I do have the cries and the sound effects on. Just so I can hear it. Yeah, they are definitely fun hunts, especially the Swords of Justice. Good hunts for them. I will say, if you want them quickly, there is way better games to shiny hunt them in, because they all exist in wormholes in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, which is an easier reset. They also exist in their natural games, which is easier for the swords specifically. But there are some fun methods to do this as well. And I'm only hunting Regice this way because A, I already started hunting the Regis this way, have the other two already done. And B, because I can actually stream this because I have the capture card software to showcase what I'm doing on my Switch. Whereas I don't have that on a 3DS or a DS. I think I got hiccups. Bop bop. Bop bop. Bop bop. I definitely turn down the sound normally. That's not a good idea. Turning off the game, like if you want to do what I'm doing and have like something like Spotify playing or some other music playing, sure, turn off the game, turn off the background music. Just make sure you have and can hear Pokemon cries and sound effects. I mean, Pokemon cries aren't really that worthwhile, but sound effects definitely. Because you hear the ching. The other way to guarantee that you don't miss it is to not hunt using shiny Pokemon. It's like my Gallade isn't shiny, so that way the only shiny sparkle is going to be the Regice. In this case. Because we're human, and especially like if we're streaming, like it's happened so many times on stream. Because somebody will get so invested in reading their chat that they won't be paying attention to what's going on the screen. Like I'm not even looking at what's happening in my monitor right now. Like I'm looking at the chat to see what's going on with the chat. And then I'll look back, and then I'll look back, and then I'll keep doing it. But when your chat's really, really moving and you're hunting like this or something like that, or if you have somebody talking to you while you're hunting it, and you're not paying attention and you don't have that sound cue, you gotta get it. Streamer raid shinies? Sure. Like that Spiritomb reaction. Yeah, I wasn't tapped in at all. And heard the shiny sparkle. I'm like, whoa, that's shiny. It's happened many times that way. And that would have been a shiny I've missed because I didn't see it. I mean, if your goal, the goal of shiny hunting is to find the shiny, right? So if you're not taking the precautions to ensure that you are getting the shiny in the most, you know, with the highest percentage possible of obtaining the shiny at the end of the hunt, then you're not doing it correctly. Because I mean, everyone loves to see a shiny fail, right? But oh, if you can prevent it, that's better. Which is exactly why, like, when I did Beldum and I failed the shiny on Beldum, is because I didn't take the highest probability, the highest chance to keep it alive. Not let it go down. No. Just gotta do it the smart way. Otherwise, you're taking unnecessary risk. Which isn't fun. Step on the button. Thank you. I just want to be done with this hunt. I'm definitely putting some space between this and Regice. I probably won't hunt Regice till I'm done a bit in Scarlet and Violet, let's be fair. I do need to do the swords at some point, but now we're in Kirby Land music. I just want to play Kirby Air Ride when I hear this, like every time. I want to play Kirby Air Ride, even though the game's not fun. It feels like Pokemon music almost. It kind of gives me like Lance and Red vibes. Maybe that's why I like this song so much. Like hear the section without the beat in it. It's like I think it's the bridge of the song. Yeah, Kirby music is bumping. Kirby music is great. The games are not things I've played, but the music's always good. And this is definitely one of my my favorite ones of them. Quick question for you, Kang. I noticed the first time chat thing. How'd you find the channel? Curious. And I do appreciate you jumping in and interacting, especially. Games are a bit rough. Well, it's not everybody's cup of tea. Like, they're fun little platforming games that are meant to be cutesy and, you know, fun and not overcomplicated. So sure. But it's just not been something that I myself have jumped into. So I don't think I would mind a Kirby game. It's just I only really played the three franchises I like the most, and everything else is kind of like, if it's like $5, I'll buy it. Because the last thing I want to do is buy a game I'm not gonna enjoy. Looking at you, Nintendo Switch Sports. Now, if I had money to throw around, I 100% would do it. I have money to throw around. Gotta go to the go-to page of a game, scroll until I'm like, oh, on what I'm thinking about. Ah, so looking for shiny hunting then. E. You can definitely see that. Well, I must be doing something right with that, because I get that quite frequently with new people who jump into the chat. Which is much appreciated. And thanks for trying out the stream. In this case, Crown Tundra hunting. Ah. Ah. It helps to be in the right game. Well, you know what? Sometimes with especially with Pokemon, the other games don't really help much. I mean, it's how you're marketing yourself, and marketing logic dictates that you would pick the game that is the most relevant and not the one that is the one you're actually playing. So, yep. Definitely. The Vegeta reference helps. That's funny because I haven't even watched Dragon Ball. I just know that reference. I really want to. I should watch Dragon Ball. Yeah, maybe that's what I get into. I am between animes at the moment, but I'm also behind on YouTube stuff, so I need to watch that first. The weekend is usually slow for YouTube though, so I have a better chance of getting maybe. Oh, I can't do anything tomorrow. I'm busy. Dragon Ball's a long one, but Dragon Ball is good, and I've already seen a lot of the first season, because I really liked Piccolo. And plus, I'm sure it would be something I enjoy since Sonic was directly ripped from it. So. Your favorite, yeah, Young Goku is also funny. Would you say your favorite character then is Vegeta King? I know a lot of people who really like Vegeta. So, very popular pick. It's kind of like you don't want to pick Goku, but you want to pick somebody who's generally seen as a good guy. So most people go with Vegeta, I feel like. DBZ era, so he's better in DBZ. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's why I like Piccolo. He's responsible. I mean, he was kind of an anti-meta pick back in the day. I haven't really got into it enough to dictate a favorite character. It's also, you know, perfectly fine to have a character have like different characters in different arcs. Like Hunter x Hunter is one of those for me that I have a different favorite character depending on what arc we're talking about. Like I really like Leorio in the exam arc. And I'm a big fan of Hisoka in the in Heaven's Arena arc. And then like Knuckle became one of my favorite characters in the Chimerian arc. So it just depends on where you get to. Like depends on what arc you're playing. It's easier to gravitate towards the characters that are there the entire time. So like if Knuckle was around in the like if Knuckle was I don't think Knuckle would be great early on. So why is it banning edgelord? I don't get that, but okay. Favorite characters change as I mature. Yuku used to be Goku because I was strong. Then Vegeta became the edgelord. Yep. So I get that. I hate to see these ads. What's up, Webby? Easy Tech Webby. Good to see you, friend. I can't control the ads on the pre-roll because that would be a verse between pre-roll ads and ads every hour or ads every so often. So those are it's easier to have it when you start and be done with it and not worry about it later. I feel like. How you been? I appreciate you coming in. Man. Boys. Surprised you were not subscribed here. Although you were on, it was YouTube that you showed up more. So. Oh well, that's a subscription, not a follow. I'm crazy. Thank you for the gifted sub. Keep your freaking money. What is this? The alerts? Yeah, go up a step. Thanks. And enjoy your ad-free viewing, your channel emotes, your sub mascot if you so choose to get one, and your experience while you're here. Hope you have been well. What have you been into recently? About to sub with Prime. Yeah, Waffles does that, where she doesn't know how to keep her wallet shut. So that's part of it. It's something I've been trying to work on for like the last 9,000 years and nothing's happened. So I've obviously been ignored. I owe you 50 subs, though. You don't owe me 50 subs. It was a joke bet. It was a joke bet, and you knew it was a joke bet. I meant it. I did not. Because that was a fool's bet for you. Crazy person of your word. Got it. Do that already, though. Webby was one of my first viewers when I started to get some traction. So it's really nice to see you again. Hope all has been well. Not on YouTube. I said YouTube, but you were one of my first on Twitch, if I remember correctly. I'm about to take a break, but I haven't taken one. I've been doing that today. I had to break a Pokemon ever since I got... yeah, girls do that to people. I was just kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. Game in 2020. Hey, Wolf Plus, when did I get traction on Twitch? 2020. Hey, look at that. Crazy. Just landed off holiday now. Got switched back to playing Pokemon ever since. Been 150 on Pokemon games. Which ones are you playing right now? Would assume since you're playing Switch, it would be a Sword and Shield, BDSP, or Legends Arceus. Which are you playing currently? Or maybe you're playing all of them. That's fine. Wow. Obvious joke was obvious, I thought. Arceus and Pearl. I don't know what PLA is. I know what LA is, but not PLA. Why does everyone do the P? It's annoying. Pre-ordered Violet. Ah, Violet fan. Very nice. Very nice. I just joke about the P because you don't go P to BDSP. It's just BDSP. So why do we put an L in front of a P before Legends Arceus? It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I'm very excited for Scarlet and Violet. I don't know what I'm getting yet because I don't have enough information to make a choice. Like, the only difference that I have right now is this Legendaries, and at this rate, I probably would go with not Violet, but Scarlet. I didn't know which one to go for, so I went with Violet. Yeah, I get that. I'm at the same boat. Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus is fun if you want shinies very easily. Dude, that Bergmite down there, full odds. 100% full odds. Like, I don't even think it took me an hour to find that. Went to the Icelands, full odds Bergmite just there. Didn't even get a full rotation in the mapping. It's stupid. You're so stupid. Check my follow age. Exclamation point follow age. It's the follow age command. I just turned that on for no reason. 2 years, 4 months, yeah. 2020. Yeah, right when I started picking up traction. Been a bit, yeah. That was, as if I remember correctly, around March, a little after March time. Because I think I just hit the requirements to get affiliate. And COVID was happening, so I was streaming every day. Yeah. Streaming every day with shiny hunting every day. So, yeah. COVID, that's... it's better to say when I was picking up traction on Twitch because it's... Otherwise, I have to clarify it as COVID. So, yeah. I went on Pokemon Let's Go Shiny Giving Rampage then, yep. And 2020, was 2020 when I went... When did I become affiliated? Yeah, I was 2020. It was right after I became affiliated. So. Let's see, 4 months would be the 4th month. That would have been... Right before I went to get my affiliate. So. I don't know if you gave me any. I probably didn't accept it because I usually don't accept them, but I think somebody in the chat probably got one. Yeah. No, I prefer to hunt my shinies and not trade for them. So. I have like 5 extra boxes of shinies, trying to decide if I want to save them for future games or just drop them in home and wonder trade. I mean, up to you. If you value them enough, I would keep them, but if not, then it doesn't matter. Yep, I always do, because I prefer to hunt myself. There's not as much value in... there's more value in working for it, in my opinion. Otherwise, I just get a free shiny, and it's like... Why shiny hunt if I just get free ones, you know? So I'd rather hunt. That is the problem with this. Is I'm not, like, shiny hunting's not my favorite thing to do. It's fun to do on stream. That's why I do it on stream. But I refuse to get shinies from other people. So I make it more difficult for myself when I don't need to. I think the only shinies I remember getting from somebody is I have a shiny Grookey or something in this game because I got it through Wonder Trade and it had Pokerus. So I kept it for the Pokerus. I don't think I have it anymore. I don't remember. And then I traded Jimmy a couple of the Magikarp when that event was going on, because I was going to use Gyarados for Draft League, and then never did. So. You only hunt on 2 games because it's the easiest one. Is one of them Legends Arceus? Because, yeah, that's really easy. Yes. Yeah. That, and I would assume probably like Oras or X and Y because of radar and chain fishing. Just do outbreaks. No, just run around the map. Get shiny charm and run around the map. Easy. Better be a 4 egg move Grookey and got a shiny after breeding just the first move. Jeez. Crazy. 4 egg moves, so what are you doing? Fake out, knock off. It's been a while. It's been too long. Let's go Pikachu is easy as well. Yeah. It is, but Arceus has a higher shiny rate. Pikachu does. I mean, if Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee didn't come out, I probably wouldn't be shiny hunting. Because that's what really got me started into doing it. Because they were not, it wasn't a hard method, it was... And the shinies came pretty quickly. Unless you're Pinsir, but... Yeah, very much good. Alright, I think I will do 3 more encounters and take a break. I meant to take it at 75... At 79.50... At 97.50, jeez. But I didn't. I forget what... I got distracted. I've been doing that a lot, that I get distracted. I mean, I might have been playing Lilo and Stitch earlier on stream. I might have been playing that while shiny hunting. Or while the game was idling. So. I'll take a quick break and get ready for the rest of the last little bit of stream. Yep. Sun and Moon would be one that I want to go back to. Definitely want to do some SOS hunts at some point. Definitely want to go do radar, chain fishing, Friend Safari and X and Y. Wormholes, like I want to do the whole shebang. Leech Seed and Fake Out. And growth. Knockoff's a level up move, doesn't need to be rebred for it, right? Level 19, I think. Yeah, but I was doing it off the top of my head and I didn't obviously look it up. That was the difference there. As somebody who's bred for that mon. Of course, I would forget Hammer Arm because I would never use Hammer. Don't look at the best team for BDSP. Not a big fan of that one. Strength, not Fake Out. I don't like it only works first turn. Fair enough. I don't either, but it can be very good. Especially to stop an opponent. Much better in doubles than singles, for sure. That is also competitively speaking. Meant to take a break. I'm gonna take a break after we get this encounter. That's what I'm doing. Not shiny. Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna get another drink. Because I'm out. And I encourage you guys also to get up and stretch and get maybe a snack or something to drink if you don't have anything, and I will be right back, so don't go anywhere. And welcome back. Came near the wormhole, got a shiny Drudigon. Very cool. Very good shiny. Had to look up the Drudigon's name. Well, I'm gonna take a nap since I was up at 3 o'clock. Yep. I will probably not be on because I have about another hour. It's a my schedule, but enjoy your nap. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Hope to catch you again real soon. And I can definitely understand needing some rest after a trip. So. Yeah, I got hiccups, man. Try not to hiccup though. Try not to hiccup though. Alright. Goal is 99. I would say 10, but eh. Thanks for all. Should hop in tomorrow. Glad to have you. Octopath tomorrow with Kong, 1 p.m. It's a different time tomorrow. That schedule needs updated. But it is 1 p.m. with Kong. Let me do that while I think of it. I'm glad we said something. You're gonna hear me for a second, just like 1 second, so don't worry about it. So if I time it right, if I time it right, you don't hear me at all. It's edit schedule, not shiny. So you need to be swapped to 1:30. Alright. Oh, 1:30 a.m. No, 1:30 p.m. Thanks. Alright, it should be good now. $1:30 p.m. should be 6:30 p.m. your time. 5-hour difference. Also, it should also have the correct time for your time zone via Twitch. Bum 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 bum. Thank you for coming in. Enjoy your day. Yep, that'll be great. Subscribe to know that the stream goes live. You hit that follow button. Or join the Discord, or follow me on Twitter, because all three have notifications. Just in case you miss it. It's more for like if you come in from a different platform and you don't know the other one, that's kind of what it's there. Nice Pablo, drop a follow now. I'm sure I think you probably already followed. But I appreciate it anyway. I hope I get it too. I'm not over 12,000 yet, so it shouldn't show up for another at least 3,000 encounters. But it's always nice to get it early, you know, and not go triple odds for something. Who would go triple odds on a hunt like this? It's crazy. Totally would be me though, right? Thank you for following on Twitter. Appreciate that. I got you. Every time I read the title list, I always think of the Red Hot Chili Pepper song, "Make My Way Back Home When I Learn to Fly." It's just what I hear. I might need to get out of. Might need to get out of David Grohl land for a little bit. But yeah. Stream boss looking kind of low there. Mostly because I can only read E and duck. No, there's an R in front of it. Let's say if you're gonna, I did get a little confused there because I was like, if you have notifications here, then you are following. Then I understood the Twitter thing. But yeah, if you guys, since I'm already plugging stuff, might as well continue plugging stuff. You can follow all of my links to Exclamation Point socials. They're also down below in the panels. If you'd like to scroll down and check them out, you just click on the button and it takes you there. Or use its appropriate command in the chat if you're looking for a specific social media. Otherwise, we're here hunting for this thing that does not like to shine. Oh, while I was on the schedule, I should have looked at when I end because I never remember. I think it's 1. Let's see where we at time-wise right now. Yeah, it'll be 1 o'clock because it's 5 hours stream. Got it. I'm there. I'm on page. And I need to make. I didn't get my stuff out the mirror. That's fine. I might push to 9900 today. We'll see. We'll see how I feel when it gets there. I am kind of hungry. That's because I didn't eat breakfast this morning, but that's on me. I found it funny because I went to the store on Friday, yesterday morning. Friday feels like 5 days ago at this point. But yesterday morning, I went to the store and I called my mom. Said and talked in a while, and she's like, "What do you make?" Because I was making cookies yesterday. She's like, "What are you making?" I'm like, "Making cookies." She's like, "Why are you making cookies?" Well, I'm like, "I don't have anything else in the house to eat." She's like, "You didn't get anything else while you were at the store? You just got cookies?" Like, no, but I'm snacking on cookies. I determined that I was gonna make cheesecake bars again. I went to go get cheesecake bars, but I could get 24 cooked. I could get 24. I could get 4 dozen cookies for the price of just the cookie dough needed to make a thing of cheesecake bars. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Oh. That's about right. Yeah. I always am astonished by the price of groceries, because I feel like I don't get a lot, but it's always like pretty expensive. Like oh, I probably spent like $50 and it's like 100, and I'm like, okay, shut up and take my money, but yikes. It's not that big of a point. Must be noon because I'm getting pings from IC. What's today? Today would be Valhalla, yeah. IC only goes bird if you get pings from IC as well. But I only get the one ping. So you only get pings from IC in the IC Discord, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Yeah, that's 4 more than you need, 5 more than you need, honestly. I mean, I know when they go up, so I don't need the pings. Plus, I don't need to see the same ping 5 times. I just find it annoying. Come on. Okay. I don't need the ping because I see content goes up at the same time every day. I don't need things that I work on because I know when they go up. I'm very well aware of when videos are scheduled. So. Mostly because I've scheduled all of them. So. Anyway. I kind of doubt that in some days, but sure. What's up, Dave, again? Why are we gaining the meat? Because I'm at almost 9,800 encounters. I get that. Very much get that. I really don't want to see 5 digits. That's what I'm trying to get around. Like, if I don't get it today, I need to get it in 100 tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, but Wednesday. This is kind of ridiculous at this point. So I put them out at 1. That I can make them and save them for tomorrow. That's fine. Maybe I can have them for snack tonight. What I was gonna bake. So work. I also don't know where we're going because, like, the normal people I would watch stream today aren't streaming. So I can't watch them. So that kind of sucks. And so it's finding other things to fill the void with, I guess. Get ahead on some other things, potentially. I don't know. Does happen. I mean, as we were talking yesterday, like, talking yesterday in Nico's chat that rules to be streamer not able to say things or say words correctly, especially names. And never have a consistent schedule. And I abide by those very, very well. Because despite the fact that my schedule is set, I never keep it. And the schedule is going to be changing in a couple weeks anyway. I'm back in school at the end of the month. So I think actually in 2 weeks the new schedule should be out for you guys to be updated with. Even full-time creators still have their days. Well, you know, if you're like me, you like to schedule everything next to each other, and then one thing runs over, and then everything else gets pushed back a couple hours. So it happens. Like, I can understand that. We're human. It's hard sometimes. But also, with content, you're your own boss, so you can. It's not like you're gonna get in trouble for messing up the time. I wouldn't call that hyper schedule. I just call that doing everything in the same time period so you don't have breaks between. Like I like to do. So otherwise, yikes. Ah! I mean, I wanted to click on that, but Huh. Cool. This hyper scheduling, I'd be ready for the next year already too, and we do have. I think we do have the final version of the schedule. I've been talking with the mods about making it. Mostly because I'm talking with the mods because they're the ones who typically are the ones who show up all regularly. So I want regularly. And so I wanted them to be able to come to stream, and if there was something specific they wanted in a certain slot, since I am going to be reorganizing where goes where in the schedule, that's just part of it. Yeah. Wanted them to be a part of that. I would open it up to more people, but I also know that I don't get a lot of feedback on it. You might as well just talk about it to the mods if they're going to be the ones who can. If they're going to be the ones who are going to give me the feedback anyway. So. Well, also, I'd like my mods to, at least a mod to be here at every point in time, so the chat can be moderated. I mean, it's not a big deal if that's not the case, because I can moderate my own stream for the most part after a while, especially if I'm shiny hunting. That just saves me some time. Just how it is. Does make sense. Yeah, it does. It really does make sense to have everything. There. Yeah. 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 Ready for it. I mean, if you're gonna have people be here, like you know when your people are here. Like you know who's coming out. You know when people are available. You gotta make it happen. You gotta make it happen, man. Like everyone's like, oh no, the 1 o'clock slot doesn't work for me. I will be like, sure, I will change my stream schedule for you if I can. The also unfortunate part about being in school is I don't have really much of a choice. It's kind of, hey, I'm streaming it this day or I'm not streaming, period. It's kind of unfortunate. I'm not full time. I don't get the luxury of choosing when I want to stream. Although I really do like the 1 to 6 slot. It's my favorite. Wow. Yo, Jimmy Turtle with a raid. What's up, Jimmy? How was the rest of your stream?
Not even leave the call.
Wait, is that that's from the event, lol? I was in that stream. I was in calling that stream, lol.
That's not a genuine Pokemon.
What? I don't know what's going on. Like with the nut. You guys don't know me. I came in from Jimmy's stream. I'm also gonna move my work there. You didn't know, if you don't know me.
Shiny rat. There's a shiny rat attack. Let's go.
There we go. There it is. My name is Chaos. I primarily do Pokemon content. We're right now shiny hunting for Regice. But it's okay, because I won't get my Regice until 12,000 encounters. But I hope you had a great stream. Hope you guys enjoyed Jimmy. Good to see you, Marvin. Good to see everybody else. Thank you for coming in. Make sure you do refresh the stream there so you count as a viewer. Much appreciated to help me out with accurate readings on who's here. Good luck on the Ice Titan, dude. This thing is not shiny today. That's what we determined. I need it, man. I've been hunting this thing for way too long. To be fair, I did take a massive break from it, but it's been forever. That is definitely part of it. So Confe eludes us still, eh? The rat. Dude, hunts just suck, man. Why are we shining hunt again? Nice shirt, by the way, team shiny. Yeah, I like my shirt. What's everyone doing today? Doing well. I have the Charmander one, but I think it's too small now. I got it too small, I think, and proceeded to wear it for a while, so didn't want to send it back. So yeah. So I don't think I have it in this house. Thank you for the shiny like Jim James, appreciate it. How you doing? Want to say hi? If not, that's fine. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope your Saturday is going well. We just been shiny hunting this thing because it decides to take 20 years, as we've said. We were just talking about the new stream schedule that'll be coming out in a couple of, I think the 29th is the day. Thank you for the raid message, Nico. Welcome back. I had some my backs in chat for Nico. Yeah. I was also talking about earlier, Jimmy is like one of the people I was gonna go watch later today, and he's not streaming. I can't go watch the stream. It's unfortunate, because I enjoy watching the stream. But we find other places to mask our time. I thought I had another ping somewhere, but I didn't. That's on me. That's on me. There's the Jim James one. No, there we go. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wogos waffles. It's waffles. I don't have that command in my chat, but yeah. Busy with work. You're working on a Saturday, dude? My man putting in the hours. He worked hard for the money. So hard for the money. You know? And going back to the shirt conversation, I'd love to get more of them. I just need to not feel bad about spending money. And that's a mental thing, but I gotta get there myself. Ooh. That's a good place to lurk today. That'll be a good one. They are really nice shirts, and can't speak negatively about them at all. Like, amazing shirts, great designs and everything. Want to convince Dan to put my shirts in there. They aren't on that level, but we can get there. Is that? No, it's just the lighting. Scared me. Also, I think I did press the button twice there, so let me know if I did that. Have I been? I've been. I said at the beginning of the stream that I'm gonna be stressed out coming soon, which is usual for me. But like, as school starts in a week from Monday, I think that's the 29th. Yeah, 29th. I'm full capacity at my job because my boss is off probably for the rest of September and the rest of this month. So whatever is needed, I have to do, which is extra work. But we vibe. PDL's going on. I have projects to do. It's just a fun time of year. But it'll be alright. It'll be alright. We'll get through it. We definitely get through it. I will be looking forward to fall break very, very vehemently. So, other than that, can't complain. Besides, I really can't complain. Besides nothing. Besides not being able to like see people as much. Yeah, I know you have obligations. That's fine. Completely fine. That's why you streamed early. You got it. Where are you working? I think I never asked. I'm doing an internship with one of my professors.
There it is, boy.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Jim James, Nico. I appreciate it. Y'all have keep your money syndrome. Not keep your money syndrome. And need y'all to keep your money. Jeez. Thank you for the gifty. You keep my money. You just gave me $5. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? It's been a while since I brought up that reference. Jeez. Last time I gifted a sub like 3 days ago. So I don't know. 12 minutes ago? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't keep tabs on that. I just appreciate when it happens. Saying that you've done that 178 times, that's a little much, but yeah, it's cool. Yeah. So. Enjoy the stuff. Make sure you get your sub mascot back. You want your your competitive Mega Sceptile back, KetW. No worries. No worries. Yeah, I've been. The only thing that's really not been great for me is I constantly feel like I'm doing a new series, so I have to figure out what that is every week, and it bugs me. Like, we just started Uranium, which there. Exclamation point YT, by the way. It's on YouTube. So, like, right before that, it was figuring out the color lock, because we just started that. We had this going before it. It's figuring out what's going to replace Wind Waker, which is done. Figuring out what to stream. Figuring out how to do the streams. Like, it's always something. There's always something I feel like I need to schedule, and it's just kind of everywhere. So I'm looking forward to taking a break from that. Hopefully. Maybe? I don't know. I'd like to not have to make a new series thing for a minute and figure out what I'm doing. So I've been so connected. I mean, yeah, life happens. Life has the way of getting in the way of things, causing problems, making it so we can't enjoy the things we enjoy. So, kind of thing about YouTube is, but I don't want to make content anymore. What happened to that? It's cool. Like, it's fun. Definitely a good source of growing a channel and stuff. At the moment, I want to get back into streaming again. YouTube is a different beast. Yeah, there is a massive difference between editing a video for a YouTube upload and doing a stream. So, massive difference. So just learning that and getting used to it again, and yeah, part of it. Get back into Pokemon streams again, like you used to. I mean, sure, do it. Do it. Have fun. That's all it's about. It's just having fun. Seemed like you were doing that yesterday. Monka asked for no reason. Got it. I mean, we all want to get back to the thing. You know, for Noctowl. Yeah, Noctowl's a good one, though. I don't know. I went Sword and Shield Pokemon, and my mind went Noctowl, and I said, all right. Notice the old season, the PDL season started. I was like, what do you mean old season? Yeah, PDL was a couple weeks ago. This is week 3, so which means I don't have an upload tomorrow for that, but I do have an upload tomorrow, so there's a difference. I do random encounters. It's not bad. They're to the right of Moto Stoke, so yeah, week 4 does start tomorrow. Starts at midnight. Which I need to finish EV training my team, so great. They are common there. Yep. Plus a random Sawudo or a sock or something. Could be cool. I think that's what's there. Other side of the bridge. Yep. Near the Galar Mine 2. No. Yep. Yep. That be the place. Yeah, a lot of new stuff happened recently, like PDL is coming out. That's been a couple weeks though, and people have known about it for a while. The color lock just started this past week on Tuesday, so if you're behind 2 episodes, get caught up. You can see the shiny Larry in action. All of that. The new series for Uranium. All good things. And then the week after next, we'll be starting a new series here because Wind Waker will be done hopefully on Tuesday. Hopefully. It probably won't. It probably won't. But let's see. It depends on like how much more we have left to do, and if I have other things I need to do on Tuesday. Because if I don't, then I might just finish it. But we'll see. But. This is. Hopefully he says. Hopefully he says. Chicken. Spaghetti with a side of death. Put you on my phone so I can take you my dog for a walk. That's fine. Enjoy it. Probably should be here when you get back, depending on how long you take. We're only doing 999. We're only doing 9,900 keys. That was not the button. I hit the maximize button. Bottom. So I just go, Nico! Look out for that tree! There's a fire hydrant there. There's a crack in the sidewalk. Look down. Alright. You don't have them here? Oh, bro, no wonder your house is burned down in England. Lol. Just kidding. I don't know why. There's a crack in the sidewalk. And how do you guys put it? I don't know. British people are weird. That's only because I'm not British, so I guess that makes sense. Also, Jim James, enjoyed being the stream boss. I appreciate you watching the stuff later today. Tacos? Why is it always tacos with you? That's funny. Oh, for those of you who were watching Fire Red on Thursday, I did get the Mewtwo. I promptly named it Taco. And it is pretty good. You're welcome. I kept with the food theme and named it Taco. And for those of you who are wondering why I got a random Mewtwo, I grinded through the... What's it called? The game corner for the Mewtwo as my price. Is there 2 of those? Hold on. Hold on! Hold on! I know we have a lot of mass DDD. No, we have 2. There's 2 of these in here. Yeah, there's 2. I have 2 of the same song. Alright, we've heard this today, so we'll skip it. I removed... That's gonna be the one that stays in the playlist. The one from earlier is... Like, I thought we had heard this one before today. How long did it take you? Not that long. I actually had enough money. I just wanted to... grind a little bit. Like Olive Garden pasta, too? Who doesn't like Olive Garden pasta? Just say pasta. You'd be fine. Couldn't make that. I probably won't. I'll probably end up doing lunch meat. I don't really want to cook. But I also have chicken and fries could do. I need to stop thinking about food because I'm gonna get hungry and then end stream early. So, let's see. Last time I had Olive Garden was when we did the marathon. Fun fact. She didn't take me while we did cage lock, so whatever. I'm not mad. You're mad. By the way, check out cage lock. Check out cage lock. About halfway done now. We reached halfway point. All good things. All good things. If you'd like to do a cage locks, please inquire in Discord DMs. Thank you. I will promptly say no. I might say yes. Probably say no. You're on my phone. Okay. Did you lock the door? Did you lock the door, Nico? Nico. Hey, Nico. Did you lock the door? Did you lock the door? Did you lock the door? Did you go lock the door to make sure you locked the door? Did you check the door to make sure it was locked? Lock the door. Did you lock the door? Did you lock the door? Did you lock the door? I think you locked the door. I don't know if you locked the door or not, but you should lock the door. Make sure you go back and check the door and make sure you lock the door. Did you lock the door? Did you lock the door? How did you lock the door? Did you? Don't blame me, it's Waffles who started the food talk. I mean, that's true. It is always Waffles' fault. I don't need to. Oh no! She don't care! Everybody go to Nico's house. She's not there. Everybody go to Nico's house. Go to Nico's house. It's open. It's unlocked. Go to Nico's house. Go to Nico's house. Steal our things. Waiting for her to mute. No, I'm allowed. You know, streamer is allowed to troll. It's in the rules. Chaos allowed to be toxic. Be toxic. It's fine. Fine. You gotta find me first. Got you. I'm sure your city's not that big. I can probably check every door. Opens Google Earth, finds Nico walking around with dog. Or I mean Google Street. Like a creepy person. Like a Waffles. Yeah. Imagine just pulling up Google Earth and just getting, just finding Nico walking on the street. Just like, hey Nico, wait, look up and wave. You're on stream. That would be funny and weird at the same time. Both stock people, yeah, okay. If you say so. That would be funny. Don't mind me, I'm just on my other screen looking at Google Street. That's fine. Lol. Should have brought an umbrella so you could fly everywhere. Dude, the people who do the GeoGuessr crap, they're ridiculous. They're like, oh yeah, it's totally this place. I don't know, I feel like it's fake. I feel like it has to be fake. Or else they've done it so much they just know where things are. Hiccups, man. I'm pretty sure it's fake. You know my address to Google Streets? Me, as I said, the city is not that big. I could find you if it is up to date. Also, it's P Sherman 42 Wallaby Sydney. That's easy. Easy. No. Don't attack the Regice just because it's not shiny. It's fine. Like it has to be. I'm convinced. Either it's fake, they've played it way too much that it's bad for them, or they use the same locations every single time and it's easy to figure out. Like some of them I go, okay, you know, that, if you know that kind of, if you understand that like that, like you see a license plate, you're like, okay, that's Japanese, that's a Japanese license plate, we're in Japan. Sure, fair enough. I can give you that. But then when they go, this blade of grass looks like it's from Brazil, and they're like 5 miles away from it. I'm like, what the, how? That's definitely fake. Okay. That is part of it. So the GeoGuessr stuff has to be fake. I'm just gonna put that out there. Waiting for every GeoGuessr who's lurking in my chat to come forward and be like, yeah, actually, we actually just learned stuff. It's like how you know how to play competitive Pokemon, you just study it for a while. I should put the glasses on for that, but I didn't.
Nico, I would like to inform you that there is a crack in the sidewalk ahead of you. Please, at your earliest convenience, look down and avoid the crack. Thank you.
That was a bad time to move the mic. Ah! Now it's just in the air. I'm barely past. Exactly. Like I know where stuff is. Like you tell me a city, I probably can point you in the general location of it. But you're like, here's this random picture of a suburb somewhere. Have fun. Like, I have no idea where this is. Yeah. Good. That's the point. Did you step on a crack? Because you know that breaks your mama's back. That reminds me of what's it called? Not Cyan and Cyanide, but it's the Cyanide skit, where it's a kid and it's like, step on a line, step on a crack and you break your mama's back. She steps on a crack, her mom's back breaks. They step on a line and you break your father's spine, and he steps on it, and the dad's just sitting there just like wincing, and then the mailman just gets his back broken. It's like, huh? He takes the cart and leaves. It's pretty funny. My favorite. You should do a stream where you do GeoGuessr? No, I would be so bad at that. Like, I would get negative points. I have no idea where anything is. Like, unless I had been there before, that would be the only way I knew where stuff would be. I got a pretty good memory when it comes to being in a location. When I haven't been there, I'm like, I don't know what this is. Thank God. Sorry about that. I am tired. Do it for the views? No. Not even for the memes on TikTok. I ain't even doing it for the clout, bro. I'm glad I turned the air conditioning on because it went from 70 to 90 very quickly. That's upsetting. That is very upsetting. Boom, boom. I will say the good part about doing uranium, I think, for the best team thing,
We won't have to do another best team until the next year.
It's great. I hate hot weather, dude. I hate it too. I always love cold weather. But like if it's above 80 degrees, I'll walk outside and start sweating. It's sad. It's really sad. Yes. That is where I saw this conversation going towards. We have determined that it's because Jimmy was raised in a very hot apartment and I was raised in a very cold room. So I'm used to cold, body adapted over time, and likes cold. And that's why it's the opposite. Like went to house during marathon, January, right? Jimmy's house, January. I was still hot. That's me. Like downstairs was comfortable. Downstairs was nice and comfortable. Upstairs, bro, you're lucky I kept my clothes on because it was hot. It's a hot place, but still hate it here. Yeah, but your comfortable temperature is definitely gonna be higher than mine. So you get above 70, I'm like, eh. Like, that's a little high, bro. Most people are like, oh yeah, 75 or 80 is a nice temperature. I'm like, no. No thanks. That's a no for me. Because I'm not a big fan. We need to swap the we need to swap times of year around so like we get a big break, like summer vacation becomes winter vacation. So that way I can go visit places and not die of heat stroke. I'm just walking outside. It's great. I can't stand the heat, man. Like my grandparents want me to come visit. They live in Florida. I'm like, no. Like, nah, bruh. Ain't no way I'm going down to Florida. Even though I was there for a week in June. Oh. The hottest week too. No rain. What's this? It was horrible. It was horrible. Went inside. Air conditioning. You were in Mexicali last week and it was 118 degrees. I hope Mexicali is doing well from their hot temperatures. I don't know what Mexicali is, but sure. Florida doesn't get any snow. Like if Florida gets snow, there's a problem. Like went to Florida in like literally the day after Christmas. Coldest it got was 50 degrees. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. No, this is not my jam, bud. Like when you can wear shorts in the middle of January in December, yeah, that's a problem. It's like, nope, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, because I personally like to wear pants. If I'm going somewhere, like I personally wear jeans like all the time. Would always wear jeans. Not now because I'm home, so I don't need to wear jeans. But if I was going out somewhere, I wear jeans all the time. Even in the summer. So when it gets to the point where I can't wear jeans, I get a little hot. A little hot. Not my favorite. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. I don't know if I would. I doubt I would go anywhere too far south. Like we get below that 35-degree latitude, and I'm out. I'm out. So. No thanks, man. Just hot. Dog walking has been done. Is the dog now running, or is the dog now laying down? So obviously it's not walking. So let down. Ah, but the dog enjoys to lay down. Sounds like a fun time. Did you step on that? You pee on that fry hydrant? It doesn't exist. I'm hungry now. Hi, hungry now. I'm Dad. Yeah, I'm gonna get food here in a minute. We're gonna try to get to 99, and then I'll end the stream. Grab lunch. Start working on other stuff. Needs to be done for the day. I can continue my step. I don't know what else needs to be done for the day, but I'm hungry. Every part of it. Definitely part of it. Jeez. Why am I yawning so much? I don't know. Yep, dinner. Dinner is fun. If I told you, you wouldn't know what it was. There's a comment there somewhere, an apostrophe somewhere too, but you know. There. Probably not. I don't know how you're freezing in that house in this heat. No idea. You always are quick to bring up Jimmy's always warm and likes it hot. You also like it warm. Like, don't blame Jimmy. It's a you thing too. Well, obviously the AC's cold. It's meant to be cold. If it wasn't, that'd be a problem. Okay, then why are you complaining? I missed the dad jokes. I missed the dad jokes. I'm dead. Got him. Look at that. Answered it. Boom. All right. This one's a little out there, but what's the difference between a pregnant woman and a light bulb? You can't unscrew. You can unscrew the light bulb. I messed it up. I killed the punchline. Oh, it's such an anti-joke. That's so bad. That's horrible. It's cheesy. Yeah, you can unscrew the light bulb. That's what it is. You're welcome. I butchered it because I said you can't, and yeah. Look, it's the first time using that joke. It was one that I hadn't done in a while. So it's fun. It's fine. You said to do the horse, not the horse joke, but the scarecrow joke. I might be on dad joke TikTok a bit. Yeah, it's fine. I would have preferred that joke. Wow. Wow. Foot waffles. Wow. Toxic, bro. Hey. No. Good. Hey. Stop it. So there we go. Good. Stop, dude. What did I tell you about driving frames? Stop. There you go. Stay. You gotta yell at it sometimes and they'll stay. Yesterday, dude. These frames suck, man. Frame a sucker, bro. There's a waffle picture name. Yep. She gets mad. But I can't do anything wrong, so I can get away with it. Yeah, exactly, Nico. Exactly. Waffles is just easier to say than waffles. Easier. Go wall. Let's go woo that. Like yeah. A little bit. To get to that lower note. Whereas waffles just roll straight off the tongue. Waffles is like waffles, you know. You know. I'm getting somebody going over there. You okay there, bud? Nah. I'm just fine. Just peachy. She'll let you say whatever you want. Well, yeah. Whatever you want. See? I just did it. It's fine. Thank you for the follow. Darth Crabman, not Darth. Jeez. I can read. That is Darth, not Dark. Appreciate you coming in. How you doing today? If you would like to respond. Also, literally no one's answered the question of the day, so feel free. Otherwise, it'll be there until somebody does answer it. I will do it every day. I'll do it all day, every day. Nobody gets that reference either. Cool. I'm old. Yeah, that's a relatively newer reference, so I don't know the answer to the question. 7. Good job. E for effort. E for E. Yeah, but everybody says 69, so kind of outdone. See, I know you've caught on to it when I start saying other numbers besides 7, because most people are just like, I guess I know the answer is 7, but what's the actual name? Well, the question is also not, should they add more legendary? Like, how many more legendaries should they add to Scarlet Violet? It's, how should they add? As in, do we need more than just Koraidon and Miraidon? That's all we know. That's all we know for now. It's the only thing that's been officially released. I would assume there's a third one somewhere. Just because kind of makes sense. And there's probably at least a mythical Pokemon. So I'm assuming there's like 1 or 2. Makes them less special. I mean, tell that the Diamond and Pearl. I want to know, will these legendaries be shiny locked or not? Yes. They usually are. Unless they decide to get rid of shiny locks like the smart people. They probably haven't. That'd be too easy. I mean, if we want to spend time shiny hunting the starters or shiny hunting the legendaries, like, let us do it. It's fun. It's great fun for everybody. You know? Yeah. I mean, if they want to hunt them, that's up to them. It's their own prerogative. Honestly, they aren't missing much. If they're still in Regice Sim and haven't played the game, they aren't missing much. Good for them. Alright, what else do we hear? Jeez. And my Saturday slots are really empty. People not streaming. Saturday also might be a difference in stream schedule. I don't plan on changing the slot right now, but I might move it back just because I might want to sleep in, but I don't know. However, some strange reason, the Scarlet and Violet Legendaries were the same from the future and the past and need to catch up on the trailers for the game. Oh, no, they're different. They're different. They're version exclusive, like they usually are. I know, we had a conversation a couple weeks ago about them adding a trio and having the trio kind of be like they keep a typing, but they have different typings based on if they're in their past form or their future form, which would be cool. Like I definitely feel like they would be scuffing us a little bit if they didn't give us a third legendary at least, as kind of like a third counterpart to the main two, the box arts. And then there's definitely going to be at least one mythical Pokemon in there. So 4 is okay. I'm fine with 4. I kind of would like 7, and I'd like at least the trio or something like that. Like I definitely could see them doing that, and then like having a trio that is like that. And then using something like the reveal glass and making it being able to switch between forms. So if they had a trio like that, what they could do is retroactively is put the Kanto trio, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno as past forms, have a reveal glass that could make them their Galarian forms. And then their Galarian forms are the future gen. So you could add so many options with legendaries there. It also guarantees like the weather trio, because we're expecting an Amorous to be in the game, right? Because it's a Arceus exclusive, so it's the weather trio, the full weather trio is probably gonna be in the game at some point. That's 7 would be all right number, yeah. Two box arts. There's the third as their counterpart, which is 3. A mythical Pokemon gives us 4, and then a trio for 7. That would be a nice number. Especially if they do the trio where it's past future. So essentially you're essentially getting 6 in that because you have different forms. But also that gives them the opportunity to be like, oh hey, you know, we want to do a Paldean form of legendaries. So kind of how they did Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres as Galarian forms in the Sword and Shield DLC. They could take another trio like Raikou, Entei, Suicune and give them an alternate form for the future. So like give Entei a rock typing, or give Raikou a psychic type. Give like Suicune an ice typing or something like that. Like make them different. What do you guys want now? What now? Yeah, it was. I can't escape. Just want to stream a little bit, without being interrupted. It's annoying. Just. It's annoying. It doesn't exist. Nope, it does not. Unfortunately. Alrighty then. Alright, it's gonna be shiny. Turn off your phone while you stream.
I can't do that. Because if I have to answer a phone call, I have to answer a phone call. You never know when emergencies happen.
You know? You never know when an emergency is gonna happen. I don't even turn my phone off when I go to the theater, man. I leave it on vibrate. Like, in case something happens, I want to have my phone. I always want that precaution. Nothing ever happens, but case does. Well, in this case, I need to respond to text. I also have a job. It's like, that's like saying, oh, I'm not gonna go to work today, Nico. Like Fade and Whooper, yeah, it's good. He's good. He's a good boy. I mean, they all know it's a text. Text for someone I work with. I gotta answer. Gotta answer it. Because unlike a lot of things, like my work schedule is built around like whenever I need to do stuff. It's not like a set time. I've made it a set time because it helps me out, but it can happen at any moment. It's like, oh hey, we need this report done. Yeah, go do it. All right, we have this problem coming up. All right, well, let's fix it. It's cool because sometimes I'm not needed, but it's also annoying because then I have to answer everything. But that's what it is. Let's see, 980, 9889 would be a great shiny. How about that? How about that? How about that? That'd be awesome. I will also let you know that I plan on chucking a quick ball at this thing, so hopefully we catch it in a quick ball. On who you can raid if they're still live. I might have a channel point redemption for that, but I don't know. Eventually, I had somebody in mind. I see who you're going to tell me to go raid. So. I don't know if they'd still be live because I think they might have streamed for a while. Who? I don't know. The person you told me to raid. I see somebody else. I think the person I would raid is probably gonna go off here in a second. So I was gonna say who I had. Well, I'm not gonna tell you who I have. I don't want to promote people. He has been on too long, so he's not gonna be around probably for a raid. And that might be on, but I'm just trying to like people that I have that you also have. But also there's a thing for it, so if you want to do it, then go for it. But I would recommend waiting until later. Yeah, that's who I thought too. I would assume they're gonna still be live because I haven't been on for an hour. So. Yeah. All right. Well, that works. I had another person in mind, but it's okay. That's what that's there for. It should be. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, if you stream for an hour, I'm gonna have to call you Steelix and be like, "Bro, what are you doing?" It's not even time to get people in your chat. It's like you read my mind. Well, also like Nika, there's like no one else that I'm aware of that you know that I've, well, unless you've been with the raid before, that you would recommend. So, like, unless you know, like, maybe one other person. So, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna go offline. So maybe not the best thing to raid. I mean, the person I was planning on raiding is probably gonna go off at about the same time. I'm surprised they're still streaming, honestly. Unstable cyan, nope. That's not it. You don't have to take guesses here, it's fine. I don't know how long that's gonna be going for, but still. Oh, the person said, then you don't follow them. So, it's fine. I didn't think you did. It's perfectly okay. Yeah, I have an idea, but I'm not mentioning anyone. Cool. Yeah, sure you do. I use my own tricks against me. Yeah, I looked at somebody. I figured they're gonna go offline here soon, so maybe not. And then I saw somebody who I haven't raided before, but do know. And I was gonna send this to, but we follow a lot of the same people. I don't know, maybe because you're here all the time, and if I raid somebody and you're not following them, you follow them. And then become so embedded in their community that they make you a mod. And then I'm like, oh hey, you're a mod here, and I haven't even been back yet. Wow, that's crazy. That is not supposed to come off as sarcastic as it did, but it came off very sarcastic. Not meant sarcastically, but a random mod. I doubt. I'll just go into a stream I haven't been into in a while, and then just waffles will pop up because I said something. It's like, oh hey, you have a sword, cool. I'm out. Made waffles a mod. I don't trust your judgment. I'm out. Well, I don't watch my own streams, lol. On my stream. I don't know. That's self promo ban. Nika, they're not up. Except for the mining pirate. I don't know. I do feel like I rub everybody the wrong way for some reason. I don't know what I do, what I'm doing wrong, but it's something. A lot of the people, I've only found a few streamers that if I like constantly am, you know, being part of their chat and interacting with them and, you know, occasionally throwing them a raid or something like that, they're like, oh yeah, you know, it's cool, and they'll think of me. I've had so much, I mean, that's not the point of raiding them and doing that stuff. I have many people who I've raided and they'll be like, oh, I don't even know who you are. I'm like, I've been here before. A lot. Who? A lot of people. The majority of people, honestly. I mean, I have a very abrasive personality. I understand that. That's why I'm single. It's fine. No, it's not. I mean, it's not, but it's fine. I mean, I just try to have fun. Like that's what I'm there for. Like I'm not being vindictive or evil or anything like that. Like I'm just having fun. Sure, I poke fun at things, but you know, I'm not mean about it. It's called banter. Yeah, well, some people don't like it, especially like if you're not as embedded in the community. That's part of it. I like the banter. The banter's cool. Banter's fun, and I'm glad we can do that here. But there's other places that we can't. So, yeah, what it is. I do feel like some people misinterpret my banter as me just being an evil person, which is not true. But still, it makes me feel involved. I get sense. Shut up, Nico. Nobody likes shit. That was a banter. Oh, jeez. Wow. Like that. I can do stuff like that. But then people do what Nico just said and leave. Like, oh wow, you're treating a VIP like that? Wow. Bro, what are you gonna treat a viewer like? Crazy. How used to it, I'm dead. Got him. So I try to do it and make it very much in jest. I like laughing at it or something. But I feel like people take me seriously sometimes. You're mentioning getting banned for mentioning Olive Garden, yeah. I mean, yeah. The thing is, like, I knew you, like, if that was somebody else, they might have been like, oh, you're banning me, so I'm not coming back. Like, I knew you would come back because you knew you would take it as a joke. So, those are the things. Them's be the things, though. I'm gonna sleep with my eye. I can feel it. Where you go? Come here. Come here. Got it. Nope. Yeah. Either that or my eyes twitching again. Like my eyes twitching again. My eye. Yeah. The person I was rating just went offline, so it's gonna go look at. It's just about to go off. I can see it. I can take the jokes, but I understand that many can't take it. Yeah, many can't take it, or you know, don't understand what I'm joking. So it's about communication. That's part of it. And it's much harder to joke and just like that if you're doing a text, if you're doing a chat, rather than like I'm the streamer right now, and so I can be like, oh yeah, you guys suck, and you'd be like, oh ha, that's funny, Chaos, you suck. And be like, no, you. So, and we just laugh about it. But I go and do that to somebody else, and they're like, yeah, nope. Out. This site is very soft skin. Well, we trained everybody to be to have a very strong opinions about everything. And it's hard to joke about anything, because you know, I might not actually, like, so it's hard. You get someone funny, he's like, you don't like me because I'm this way or that way? It's like, no, I'm just curious about what you're wearing. Like, what kind of shirt is that? Can I use code Chaos to get 50% off? You know, it'd be great. I've seen one you should use. Which one should I use? Smack myself with a frying pan? Do that every night. Don't worry about it. So I have brain damage. Just kidding, that's a joke. Sing mode? I'm not comfortable with that. I don't sing everything I do. Banana Cat Dan's at 8663. I only did that because Nico will get the joke. We'll get the not the joke, but the reference. Hopefully. No, I'm not comfortable doing that. You think so? Come on. That one was a pretty obvious one. I feel like it's pretty obvious. I've also watched How I Met Your Mother way too much, yeah. It's the one where they keep having the interventions with everybody. And it's Marshall. It's Marshall's password for his law school exam. Yeah. Intervention. Whatever. Whatever. So, question about the Galar Shiny Showdown that people are doing. Are people doing it because they didn't go to Worlds? Is that why it's going on? I mean, I didn't get invited, but I'm not complaining. I'm just mean. Is it How I Met Your Mother too? Sure. Never heard of it. Don't want to hear it. It needed. I don't want to pick it back up again. Last counter of the day. Let's go. Lizzie McGuire. Oh heck no! Get that now. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. No. That was shiny again today. Only 500 encounters. Man, we will be at 5 digits. I don't need to reset it. I'm gonna do other stuff, so it's gonna just reset anyway. We're at 5 digits next week on our hunt, so that'll be great. Unless we get it in the next 100 encounters, but great. The message. It's like don't mute my mic somehow. I don't know how I didn't mute my mic, but sure. And because it was requested, we're gonna raid to Zero. He was doing the challenge I just mentioned, the Galar Shiny Race supporting Team Shield. So go enjoy Seth with that. And thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. If you want to check out more from me, you can always hit that follow button. See when I'm live. Tomorrow's stream will be a multi with Kong, aka Kong, aka Kong, aka Kong. Just come check that out. And the rest of the schedule is there. Definitely go check out the YouTube side of things. There'll be an upload tomorrow, despite the fact that there is not a PDL match, but there is a video. So go check that out. Would appreciate it. Follow me on YouTube while you're over there and subscribe to that channel. Check out Invisible Corporations and subscribe over there. Follow me on Discord. Join the Invisible Corporations Discord. Join us on Twitter. Follow me on TikTok. All of those fun things. Grab that raid message and say hi to Seth for me. Let's see if we can give them some shiny luck, because we obviously don't have any. So appreciate you guys all for hanging out. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the 2 gifties that happened. Thanks for the follows. Much appreciated. And thanks for the raid and Jimmy. Y'all are amazing. And I will see you next time. So until then, my name is Chaos. I'm signing off. Stay safe. And as always, burn it up.